Hello everyone, I'm Julie Pullen, the VP of San Diego Astrological Society. I'm here to introduce Elizabeth Houston. She's a longtime astrologer, been studying it lifelong, and she was working in the corporate world for a long time as well. And then she made the exit. She was ready to leave in 2019, and then she started to pursue her passion full time after that.
Yes, absolutely.
And yes, so we welcome her. She's going to speak about the Decans this evening, and everyone has their birth chart. I think a lot of volunteers are here, so it's going to be an exciting evening. Leave it to you.
Yes, thanks so much, Julie.
So catch her on
Her
YouTube.
name, please.
Elizabeth Houston.
Yeah,
Thank you. Hi.
nice to meet. I have my cards here too, but you should have some contact info on the handout that you got. I'll be in there too. But at the end of the lecture, I also have a slide that has all my contact information on it. What's that? Oh, you should, they were all put at the front table, so go, yeah, if you haven't got a handout, please get it because you're going to need it. This is going to be, most of this lecture is going to be interactive. Oh, I didn't realize there was that many. Oh, well, you know what? Could you send her maybe a copy of the handout from your email? So who didn't get a handout? Okay, so we can email you. My husband can email you the handout if you want to give him your email address or your, if you want to have it on text. Yeah, we could do that too. You know what? I actually have two. I've got two more handouts here. Maybe that's all we need? I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
You're going to need that part as part of our... Okay, so let's go through what we're going to be doing today. Or is something else going on there? Okay, so what we're going to be doing today, here's your agenda. I'll start off with an introduction of what are decans, what do they mean, that sort of thing. Then I will go into what are the commonly used methods. There's two of them. I use the modern. And then, although I won't be talking in detail about the actual association with tarot, I go into enough of it to help you understand kind of the relationship between decans and the tarot cards. I list the decan books. Some of those are already on your handout. I'll talk a little bit about that. And then we're going to go into the more practical side of it. I'm going to actually be looking at the two eclipses this month. So we've already had one in Pisces on the 7th, and then we have our second one, and actually it's the second new moon for Virgo as well. That's going to be on the 21st, which is at 29 degrees. And I thought it might be kind of interesting to look at the actual moon and the decan that it's in and how it's coloring the eclipses. So we'll do those two eclipses. Once we finish that, then we get interactive and we go into 24 charts. I asked for 10 charts. I can't believe I got 24. But from both the Astrological Society as well as from my YouTube, everyone was sending in their charts. I'm going to really try hard to get through all 24. If I do not, I promise that I'm going to be recording probably tomorrow and just putting it straight up, whatever charts potentially were left over. But I'm going to do my best to try to get in. And so it's going to be interactive from the standpoint is you're going to use that diagram on the back of your handout to determine, in most cases, the sun. So I'm going to be focusing for the individual charts that were sent to me using the sun. Now you can use anything you want. You can use angles, you can use the sun, the moon, Venus. We just can't do it all in one session, so I've just picked the sun, and then the effect of the decan and that planet that rules that decan, what influence it has on your sun. Okay, does that make sense? All right. So that's what's going to end it. Then we'll do some question and answers. This is going to be pretty casual. We're not have to be really formal here. There's nothing wrong with you asking questions as we go out it, or if I say something, you say, I'm not sure what you mean by that. Say something about it. This is supposed to be a learning session, not just you sitting listening to me. So most of it's going to be interactive. And then my contact info is going to be there below. So let's get into this. So why do we want to use decans? Essentially, what decans are going to do is this. They're going to give you extra information, and in this case, it's going to be to do with your sun. What is your sun sign? When we look at decans, especially with the sun sign, we're looking at your personality, right? So this is going to add an extra dimension to that for you. Typically, you're going to examine your sun, moon, or Venus, but you can also gain insight, say, into your ascendant as well. And as I mentioned, we're going to be doing the eclipses too, once I finish this. This lecture will last about 30 minutes, and then all the rest is interactive. All right, so what types of decans are there? There's mainly two types of decans here. One of them is a more ancient sort of method, and then the other one is a modern one. So it's called elemental decans. Why do you think it's called elemental decans? What do you think that elemental means?
Earth, water.
Exactly. So the different elements, and we know what they are, right? We've got fire, earth, and we have air and water. So within each of those, we divide them up. So we have the sun sign. Let's just say it's going to be Pisces. We then divide that Pisces up into 3 equal segments that we call decans. And each of those decans follow this same kind of rule. The first decan is for the sign, the sun sign, that in this case, sun sign, that you're looking at. So we're going to say it's Pisces. So that first decan from 1 to 10, and you can see that on your handout too, is going to be your first decan. Then you go on to your second decan, and then your third decan, all 10 degrees apart within one sign. And so we take the element that is associated with Pisces. What is the element associated with Pisces?
Water.
Water, okay. So we now know that there's 3 water signs, right? Wow, that's interesting, because that actually now relates to the 3 decans we just talked about. So we start off with the decan, we'll stay with Pisces, we'll start off with Pisces, and we say the first decan is ruled by Pisces. So if you have your sun there, for instance, what planet is going to be influencing Pisces as it rules Pisces? What planet is that? Neptune, that's right. What's that? Oh, it is rising right now. Thank you for that. Now, if we go in a sort of clockwise or anti-clockwise manner from Pisces, we go from Pisces, what's the next water sign? Cancer. And what luminary rules Cancer? The moon. All right, so now we know the moon, as well as Cancer, is associated with that second decan of Pisces. As we go around, what's the third one? What's the third water sign? Scorpio. And what's the modern ruler of Scorpio? Pluto. Now you could, some of these signs have an ancient ruler and a modern ruler. It might be kind of interesting as a little advanced sort of method is to look at both, right? You could do that too, but in this lecture, I'm just going to stick with the modern rulers. So that's the general idea of how the decans work. All right, so we've already covered this first part. We've got the Chaldean and then the modern. So let me just illustrate how the Chaldean is a little bit different. So the Chaldean decans are basically utilizing the planets as they existed way before we actually discovered the real outer planets, where Saturn was seen as the very outmost planet in the universe. So that's the lineup of what they do here. And what they do is they start off with the planet that moves the slowest up to the planet, or luminary in this case, that moves the quickest. And so they start with Saturn. You can see right here, I've done it in, can't quite see the blue here, but Saturn, let me use my pointer here so you can see it. So you start with Saturn, then you go to Jupiter, Mars, Sun, Venus, Mercury, and then you end up with the moon. It's a little more complicated than just doing that, but what I can do is give you an example here, which I've done here with Aries. So just like I spoke about with the modern decans, starting with Aries, Aries will rule that first decan in the Chaldean decan method, right? So 0 to 10 degrees is ruled by Mars. What's different in the Chaldean is that, so we go back up here to the whole lineup of the planets. So we know Mars has been taken, right? So we know what the next luminary is going to be is the sun. So that's where it's a slightly different thing here. And it depends what resonates with you, really, right? So the second decan of Aries, would be rules by the sun. And then when we move on from the sun, Venus is the third one. So that's how the decans for the Chaldean method work. That's about all I'm going to really say about the Chaldean method. This is what we're going to be using in this lecture today, the modern decans. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, so you use the planets. That's what you don't kind of go back to the front here or the start of the planets. You start where you started with. So like I said, in Aries, it's Mars that rules. So your next decan would be the next planet that moves faster, and that's the sun. The next planet after the sun is Venus. So it's a little different in the way it does it. I think the modern one is actually a really easy way to understand how to read the decan system. And so we kind of talked about that. So when we apply the modern decan method, using Aries again, instead of the Chaldean, we do the same thing. That first decan, from 0 to 10 degrees, is going to be ruled by Aries, and therefore by the planet Mars. All right? And so you guys can tell me, knowing that these are all going to be fire signs, the second decan will be ruled by the luminary, the sun, and by the sign Leo. And the third one is going to be the final fire sign, which is Sagittarius, and then that would be Jupiter. Right? Okay. Yes. Yeah, I haven't mentioned that yet, but yes, that's a good point. Yeah, you do have to use the whole house system. And the reason you do that, I mean, my personal preference is Placidus when I read for clients, unless they are really at the high, like up by the Arctic Circle or something, and then I will use whole house. But yeah, the idea is that you want to be able to read for all three. These three decans are across those 30 degrees, right? So there's 30 degrees in every sign. And then within those 30 degrees, we're dividing up that into three decans, 10 degrees each, 0 to 10, 10 to 20, and then 20 to 30. And you need to be able to see those in front of you. If you have them moving over, they're kind of overlapping into another area of your chart. So yes, you do have to use the whole house system when you do this. So it's a different way too, when I think about it. I like using the Placidus system, but then I thought, well, wonder if I do just use the decans and use whole house, let me see what I come up with. And it actually is kind of interesting to look at, you know, your client's charts from both those standpoints and see what you come up with. All right, so here's an example. We've kind of gone through this again, but let's just go through the exercise one more time. You can look at your handout. And this is kind of the format I'm going to be using, generally speaking, for the rest of this lecture. And you can see we start off with Aries here, and on the outer ring we have the planets. So it's a really easy thing for you to do if you've got your handout. You keep that with you and apply it to any charts. You can see here with Aries, because Aries rules that first decan, it's going to be Mars. The second decan for Aries is going to be Leo, and that's ruled by the luminary, the sun. Third one is the last fire sign, right, which is Sagittarius, and Sagittarius is ruled by Jupiter. And on and on and on and on. So this is a really easy diagram for you to see everything, basically. Planets on the outside, decans on the inside here, and the signs on the inside as well. Okay. What about decans with tarot? So the idea with using decans with tarot is that you just use the primary cards. Now, those court cards do represent something too in astrology, like, for instance, the Chariot is the Cancer card. But when you use decans with tarot, you do not use those cards. You actually just use the minor arcana. So I just kind of basically spelt out some of these things so that you would know what say different things related to in terms of the elements. And so when we look at wands, wands represent fire. That would be the three fire signs. Pentacles or coins is equal to the earth signs. So that would be Taurus, Virgo, and Capricorn. The swords here is air, and that would be Gemini, Libra, and Aquarius. And of course, the cups are water, and that would be Cancer, Scorpio, and Pisces. So at each decan is linked to a specific set of 3 minor arcana cards, and that is going to be from 2 to 10. Okay. Now you can also apply the Chaldean method that I just spoke about with astrology to the tarot cards reading as well. Typically, you're going to be using something like the Golden Dawn or the Thoth decks. I don't use these decks, but does anybody use those decks here? You do? Okay. Have you applied anything like this to reading your tarot cards or not?
Not specifically, but I do know that like my particular birthday, because it's October 4th, I believe it's the Queen of Swords. That's as far as I go with that.
Okay. Yeah, this certainly adds a lot of dimension. When I looked at this, I thought, wow, this is something you'd really have to think through, because tarot cards alone, I find, to be enough to handle that energy, but then to add this on top. And it's the same idea. They take the, in this traditional method, they take the outermost planet, as it was in the old days, and that's Saturn, and it moves the slowest right the way through to the moon. And then I'm just giving an example here for Aries. The first decan is ruled by Mars, the second by the Sun, and the third by Venus, and we already covered that. But what is important is that the suit of wands is associated with Aries. All right. I think what I'll do is we're not going to go through every single sign, but let's just go through some of the signs and then get familiar with what planet is going to be ruling that decan. Then we'll go into the 2 eclipses for this month, and then we'll go into the personal charts. So let's start off here with Taurus. So we know the first decan is ruled by Taurus, so what planet would be influencing that first decan if you had your sun there? Right. And how about the second decan, which is going to be ruled by what sign? And what about the third one, which is going to be Capricorn? Okay. Is everybody kind of getting the idea? Okay. Yeah, so you read from here. So it is Jupiter here. The first decan is Jupiter. You're reading from here? Yeah, so you start here. It's sort of counterclockwise is the way you go on this. So yeah, and we can look at Sagittarius. So here's Sagittarius. We know that the first decan is always ruled by the sign that you're looking at. It's Sagittarius, so yes, it's Jupiter. So that first decan, if you've got your sun there, is ruled by Jupiter. Then the second decan here, which is going to be ruled by what? If you're going in a counterclockwise, what's the next fire sign? Aries. And what's Aries ruled by? Yeah. And the final one would be Leo, and the luminary, the sun. Yeah. So is it pretty comprehensive for you? Do you kind of understand now how you do it? All right. I'm going to do one more, and then we're going to go to the eclipses, because you guys are learning real fast here. Let's look at Libra. All right, so we have Libra, we know, going back to what we spoke about, Libra will rule the first decan. So what do we know the first decan is going to be ruled by? What planet? Right. And then as we go around to other air signs, what's the next air sign after Libra? And what does Aquarius have as a modern ruler? Uranus, yes. And then what about the third air sign? Gemini. Ruled by Mercury. Okay. All right. We could go through all this, but you guys are pretty fast learners here. So let's go straight. Are there any questions on that? We're going to be applying this method to many, many charts. But are there any questions that you have that you want me to clarify anything on? Yes?
On the cusp, like maybe between 20 degrees,
Yeah, so, and I ran into that when I was doing all the individual charts that were sent to me too. So you're looking at the 20-degree mark, but then typically when we have, say, our sun, or any of the planets in our chart, it'll be not just 20 minutes or 20 degrees, it'll be a minute. So you know you're already into the next one. Yeah, that's how you do it. Yeah, that's a good question, though. Does someone else have a question? How about over here? Okay. All right. Now, what I'd be interested in, especially when we do this next one, which is the eclipses, we've already had the eclipse on the 7th of September, 15 degrees, it was a total full moon at 15 degrees of Pisces. Please feel free to talk about what happened to you, especially since the 7th up to now. Now, the effects of this moon can be considerable, depending how it affects your chart. If you've got something at 15 degrees of Pisces, or 15 degrees of Virgo, this could be a significant, or could have been a significant eclipse for you. Anyway, let's take a look at it. All right, let's go through the exercise again. We know it's Pisces, and we know it's 15 degrees. So what decan is this going to be following? Or did it fall in? Right? And what is it? What luminary is ruling that? The moon, right? So, yeah, Cancer and the moon. So we automatically should be saying in our heads, whoa, we already know it's a total full moon eclipse. That's enough. But now we've got the added energy of the fluctuating, sometimes not so predictable moon. And so that's what's being added in here, is this moon energy into the Neptune planet that rules Pisces. So I can talk about what I think it is, but feel free to shout out different things that you think this could be influenced, and I'll help you either say yes or no. More than likely is going to be yes. But when we've got something like a psychic, all-encompassing Pisces influence of Neptune picking up all the energies around it, then we've got this moon on top of the moon. We're really looking at a great deal of emotional energy, probably a lot of fireworks going off, and deep crises. This would be, to me, this was a crises type of full moon eclipse, generally speaking, and that's just with the influence of the moon here in this second decan and Neptune in Pisces. The other thing that I felt this also could have introduced some people to some really deep spiritual understanding, depending on how you reacted to this. The other thing that Neptune can do, which rules Pisces, of course, is that it can introduce deception. And if I look back at, what kind of news events did we have and that, so I'm talking now about a global sort of collective level. And certainly we did have a lot, we have been continuing to have things obstructed from us, but there was a lot of things that came up around this eclipse from a collective standpoint of things being hidden from us as a collective and things being obscured, or somebody giving us some information that was not actually working well. Now, on the flip side of all this, getting away from the negative side, we also have Neptune and Pisces does rule things like music. It can rule things like sculpture and dance. So the other thing I thought that this could bring in, I haven't seen necessarily evidence in the news or anything, but this could be more of an individual standpoint, where you could finish off this fabulous creation at that eclipse on the 7th of September to do with music, to do with dance, to do with something to do with maybe sculpture. So these sort of words and descriptions that I'm giving you, you can remember maybe and go back when you maybe have your sun, say, in Pisces, and relate these different areas potentially to your own personal chart or your client's chart. Anything else you think could go with this when we've got that moon, emotional moon, on top of Neptune?
Like a service breakdown or something?
So,
like an emotional breakdown.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I thought. In fact, I saw a little bit of that myself. Emotional breakdowns was a big one I saw as a theme from like a personal family type situation. I saw a lot of that too. And yes?
I have a
question. So if someone's had like a Pisces sun at 15, so that's ruled by the moon, does the person's like moon placement matter, or is it just more adding a lunar quality to that particular?
Yeah, I mean, everything. So you're thinking if there was their sun was there too at 15?
But I was just thinking.
No,
if
this
I'm
is
like 15 degrees Pisces, and then so that I'm in the decan ruled by the moon. Then my moon influence? I mean, maybe that's getting a little too complicated.
Do you mean your moon, wherever that is,
yeah, or in
affect
charts in
that?
general, like.
I mean, it could. Like, say you had your individual moon in your natal chart. Let's just say it was in another water sign. Let's just say it was in Scorpio. What you do know is that it'll trine it, right? So because it's a fellow water sign, if you did have a moon, your own personal natal moon in Scorpio, it will be trining that eclipse. Well, the moon itself. It'll sextile the sun. Is that kind of what you were asking?
Yeah, I was just kind of seeing like I think I'm trying to figure out if it's more about the symbolic meaning of the planets and adding that layer, or if it connects it to the moon in our own chart. So I think you're.
Yeah, I mean, in some ways, yes, it would, because like I just mentioned, you've got the trine happening. Say if you've got your moon in Scorpio, so that means that you've got this flow of positive energy coming your way at this eclipse, if it's around 15 degrees of Scorpio. And so that's a positive influence. If instead you had a square, like say you had your moon either in Gemini or in Virgo, then you have a square. So this may be more challenging to you. So I guess what I'm thinking is if, what I do is for my chart, I do a lot of stuff in advance to see, okay, how is this going to be affecting me? And if I had a square instead of a trine, for instance, so my moon was, I do have a moon in Scorpio, and it was squaring this, I would know that I am going to have some big emotional challenges here. And I actually did. Because I had an exact square happening on that. And I did have emotional challenges at that time, around that 7th. And actually days afterwards, too. It was a very powerful eclipse for me. Yeah. Anything else? Yes?
So you said your moon was in Scorpio?
My personal natal moon is in Scorpio.
You said something about the square not falling.
Yeah, me neither.
Oh, no, sorry, that wasn't being a square. I mean, my moon is in Scorpio, so it would be the trine. Yeah, sorry, I meant the trine. I meant the Virgo, what I mentioned earlier, which was the Virgo and the Gemini, are the ones that square. But yes, you're correct. So yeah, mine would be trine. And, you know, I did have flowing energy come in, but I also had with the full moon part of it, there was a lot of emotional stuff around this moon. Okay, yes?
So I understand that this has to be using the whole sign system. If you traditionally, typically use a different house system, because the house speaks to the area of life that this, is taking place. And if the houses are different, can I overlay, understand that that's the decan I'm looking at, but in my own house system, it's in a different house.
Yeah, I know.
Is that fair to do, or?
I mean, you can do that. I mean, you can tailor how you want to do, your astrology yourself, I guess, is how you want to do it. But that is the other layer. We're not going to look at the actual house that it's falling in, but you would want to, in this case, to personalize it, look at what house does this eclipse fall in for me. And so that would be another layer. And then when we get into the individual natal charts, I'll be covering. Let's add in that other layer now of where does that fall? What house does it fall in? Because that's important for sure. Yeah.
What degree is your moon?
What's that?
What degree is your moon?
It is at 11, Scorpio.
So you're not getting the Pluto yet.
Yeah.
Yet.
Yeah, I know.
That's a tough moon.
Have you had it? Have you had something happen?
No, I just know people with moon in Scorpio.
The early degrees?
It's a tough moon.
Yeah.
Just a moon in Scorpio in general, it tends to be a challenge.
Yeah.
Yeah,
exactly. I think that could be true, but I like the fact that Robert Hand also has his same degree as mine, has his moon in Scorpio too. And I think it can also, depending how you react to it, I certainly was a different reaction when I was younger compared to what I am now. I think the moon has added a lot more depth to who I am, whereas before I would maybe just be more reactionary and closed off, more Scorpio like that, not letting my emotions out. I mean, I've got other aspects in my chart. I'm a Sagittarius, so by nature I like to talk and have fun. So the Scorpio could bring me down.
I think you might have been mentioning everyone else. These all the Scorpio moons I know, they're all fine with it. It's the rest of us.
Yeah. It certainly can make you intense. And it's in my 5th house. And I have children, so I would say there were some, not that everyone that has children doesn't have some issues at some point, but certainly there were some emotional issues with children that I had to handle, and I still handle, even though they're a lot older. So that, I mean, we're getting off topic here, but that, for sure, yeah, it can add in some stuff there like that. Okay. Yeah.
Question. So would the people that were born in the first decan of their sign be like the most true to character? Like you're in the first decan of Pisces, ruled by Pisces, does that make you like the
Stronger.
most Did
somebody say stoner?
But does that give you like extra amounts of those characteristics? Or?
Yeah, what it basically does is it kind of ratchets up whatever you would just originally have as just it ruling your sign. It's like a double dip of Neptune. So how would that, we're going off topic here a bit, but that's okay. I would rather you say what's on your mind so you get something out of this. It's going to probably make you very psychic and very intuitive, but it could also have you easily reaching out to drugs. And reaching out to anything where there may be some kind of habitual thing that's not good for you. Doesn't have to be drugs necessarily, right? So you may be more susceptible to that. If you were a client, I would definitely be saying to them, you really have to take care of when you go into a room or when you're connecting with people that you protect yourself. And I literally would say you have to have a talisman of some sort with you, maybe an amethyst you have with you at all times. And to be careful not to take on, especially other people's karma, and you want to process it for them. So that's kind of what would be the setup just from that one aspect. There's all other stuff in your chart too. But that would be one that would stand out for me if I saw that in your chart. But it can make you a very intuitive person where you don't have to think very much. You just automatically know. You walk into a room, I know this isn't a good place for me, and you walk out, and you don't have to think about it. So that's a positive side of what can happen. It can also make you very attuned to music, dance, and sculpture. So that could be the genius, Handel or Beethoven, right? Where you're so absorbed in all the music and it means everything to you. Yeah. All right, anything else that you want to talk about with the full? Yeah, go ahead.
If I have a Pisces moon at 12 degrees, what does that mean? So I've never looked into the degrees that much.
Yeah, so applying it to what we're talking about here, which is the eclipse, you would, within orb, have your moon conjunct the moon of this eclipse and oppose, because it's a full moon, oppose the sun. So I would say that eclipse that happened on the 7th at 15 degrees probably do you know what house your moon's in?
Yeah,
the 5th house. Yeah, so that could bring in a few things for you. It could have you very simply tying up some kind of creative project, that's 5th house. Tying up something or some big spotlight, if you've got children, some spotlight put on your children that maybe you've got to work something out emotionally with. It could, at its best, have you going to an event and having a lot of fun, because that is also what the 5th house is about too, is having fun. It's ruled naturally by Leo, so the 5th house is ruled in the natural zodiac by Leo, so it's all Leo type things. I would say more than anything else, it's probably a wrap-up of some kind of creative project, or you wrap up all the discussions around getting involved in a creative project and you say, okay, I've done all the contracts, it's all done, now I can move forward with it. So it can go both ways with that full moon. It could also have, like, from an internal level, you making a very conscious emotional decision about being your authentic self. And you may have a crisis come in at this time that challenges you to your authentic self. And you say, wait a minute, I don't want to do this anymore. I need to express who I am. And that may also involve a creative element, because that 5th house is very creative. Does that help?
Yeah, interesting. Yeah.
Yes.
Landed right on my ascendant,
So you got a Pisces ascendant.
16.
16, wow. So what happened to you? Tell us all about it.
I'm still trying to figure it out.
Yeah, and I mean, especially with the ascendant, it can go to, well, I mean, anything it conjuncts, it can go different ways. But especially the ascendant really points to you, right? And that 1st house is all about you. And so this could really be at an eternal level. And because it conjunct your ascendant, this effect is going to be for at least 6 months. Sometimes it can be as long as a year.
Introspection, maybe?
Yeah, where you're, you could also, if you're getting involved, say, in the spiritual world or the metaphysical world, it could have you contemplating, where do I want to go next with this? It can, though, this particular eclipse I really saw as mostly bringing in crisis-type things that force you to start looking at what you're doing here. And whether it's going into the metaphysical world, the spiritual world, realizing that, you know, you've got to give up the drugs, you've got to give up the alcohol, anything in that realm, or... Yeah.
This year.
Well, maybe that's, well, and then maybe that happened, because that's the other thing. I know this sounds very confusing, but you can have effects of eclipses happening in advance of the eclipse, especially if it affects your chart. So even 6 months in advance, you could have some event, especially a crisis, especially with this type of eclipse, happen.
I've done in 50 years.
Wow.
No more.
Good for you.
It's deadly.
I'm very proud of you. All right, any other questions about this eclipse? Or
Excuse me,
Pisces.
What did you say the eclipse was?
this particular eclipse was on the 7th of September.
I just want to tell you that both
Yeah.
my grandmothers are born on September 7th.
Oh my goodness.
And on the 6th, I was out of the gym, got into my car, and a guy came up in a truck with a big bouquet of carnations, and I thought, oh, he's a flower delivery guy. No, he came over and gave them to me,
Wow.
out of the blue.
Wow, cool.
Did he ask for your number?
He was way younger than me. That does not
And
matter.
age doesn't mean
That does not matter.
anything. Get rid of that age thing.
Well, the idea
That's
was
interesting.
right away, it was
From your grandmothers. Yeah, isn't that interesting? Yeah, you know that intuitively, right?
I'm psychic.
Yeah. Now, what's your sun sign?
Gemini, Sun, and Moon.
Oh, okay. So you like to bring harmony and balance into your life as well. That's interesting. That's like a direct hit, right? And you knew as well.
Oh, I knew.
Yeah. What a lovely surprise, too, right? You always wonder where their energies are. I would love to do research on something like that. Anyway, that's a whole other thing. Yes?
I just realized that for me, the eclipse was in my 11th house.
Right.
My moon is there in Pisces. And what ended up happening was that one of my best friends, he was living in Oceanside.
Yeah.
And he left, like he moved out, and he visited me here in more south.
Yeah.
And he was living in his car for 4 days because, you know, he was something like with his money, I don't know, just
Yeah.
crisis, right?
Yeah.
And then when I heard that he was living in his car, I was like, oh my God, I just
You can't do
live
that.
with me, and I just don't, it's rare that I live with roommates.
So this is a
It's the
friend
11th
having a
house.
crisis. 11th house is friends.
He's been living with me like for 4 or 5 days, so it
Yeah.
just matches perfectly with the eclipse.
Yeah, isn't that, so there's a direct connection there. Let's just go through that, because that's actually a really good one, thanks. So the moon in the 11th house of friends, groups that you belong to, it's also hopes, dreams, and wishes, and to some extent can also be the money you make from your own business. But for you, it was a friend that was in crisis,
Yeah.
and you helped him out.
Yeah, it's just like, I'm living in the car, it's gonna be awful.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who have to do it. It's just not acceptable. I don't agree with it either. We have to better set up. That's a whole other subject, but all right. Let's move on to this. I'm really anxious to see how this is all going to turn out, because first of all, it's the second new moon. So we had, for those that don't know, we had the first new moon. It was not an eclipse. The first new moon was at 0 degrees of Virgo, and that was in August. So this is not only an eclipse in Virgo, it's the second new moon in Virgo. So this is probably for some people that are affected by this, that have something around that 29-degree mark, especially 29 degrees of either Virgo or Pisces. I tend to take the conjunction and the opposition. You can look at all the other types of transits as well, but if I really want to know, okay, is this going to have an effect, I really believe that it's the conjunction and the opposition. Okay, so that's what you would have to have. 29 degrees of Virgo, 29 degrees of Pisces to really have an effect of this. But that is interesting to me, where we've now got an eclipse. So we've traversed the whole sign just about, going from 0 to 29, right? Because there's 30 degrees in every sign. And so I think this is going to be a significant turnaround collectively. I don't know how it's going to really play out, but I can tell you this, that I think we're going to have some very important facts come out, true facts. So Virgo is all about facts, but different than Gemini, they want the important facts. That's why you have as the symbol sort of like a virgin type woman with a sheaf of wheat. With the idea is when you shake that wheat out, you get the best part of it, right? You separate out what is good and what isn't. And that's really the essence of what Virgo's all about. It's also about health too. And don't forget, it's about all aspects of health. It's not just exercising or nutrition, it's also mental health too. And I talk to my clients about this that have things, say, happening in that 6th house. Don't work so hard, like something may turn up, or say, you're working too hard, you have to take better care of your mental health too. All right, so let's get into the decans on this one, because get back to the subject. So 29 degrees, what decan does 29 degrees fall? The 3rd decan. And what rules the 3rd decan? So the good thing about the fact that this is the 3rd decan ruled by Venus is that Venus does 2 things. Well, it does a number of things, but it initially operates as attracting in. What do you want to attract in at this time that's new? That's just a general superficial thing. But Venus also likes to make things nice. She likes to take off all the rough edges of something. So in Virgo, which is kind of a conservative sign, it likes to know the facts, it can be quite critical sometimes as a negative thing. This Venus is going to be bringing in a little bit more of softness to that whole eclipse, which I think we're going to need. What do you think? Okay, I'm going to trust you on that one. So I like the fact that Venus is going to be mixed up in here in terms of maybe keeping the temperature down a little bit. But I think Venus could also, so Venus rules love. Venus rules values, especially value of self, and it rules money. So when I looked at this, I thought we could also have a new start in money, but it might not be so easy. And why is that? Why do you think that might be? Why might it not be so easy? Even though Venus likes to attract in, it likes to soften things. What part of this eclipse would say to you, there's going to be probably something you've either got to give up, or be forced to give up, or some difficulty? What aspect of this eclipse would tell you that? Yeah, that's true. It's the anaretic degree. But Saturn, you are absolutely right back there. Saturn as well. We're not getting into all the aspects of it, but you're absolutely right. Saturn will add that in, bring hardships in, for sure, and responsibilities that you might not want. But the main thing is this 29 degrees. So even though this is a new moon eclipse, and it's a nice new beginning, the 29 degrees says, okay, this is a culmination. And the 29 degrees does this to the sign that it's in. It condenses all the energy that it has in that sign. So what's it condensing? It's condensing all those important facts. What else is it condensing? So, yeah. But what other things does Virgo rule? That it could, we know it's about factual information is going to be coming in nonstop, but what else does Virgo rule? Details, health, right? So we're probably going to have some health crisis come up at this time too, where we're going to have to let go of something in order to do something new in our health. And this is a collective standpoint I'm talking about. Now, does anybody have anything at 29 degrees of either Pisces or Virgo?
Saturn.
You've got Saturn there.
Pisces.
And what house is that?
6.
Oh, that's kind of a double whammy.
Well, and Uranus conjunction, exactly.
Congratulations.
Yeah, did you have some big surprise come your way? You don't have to tell us what it is, but yeah. Now, you know, the positive thing for you, you could actually, are you looking for a new job by chance? Or something new to do day to day?
Never.
I'm just allergic reaction.
To the word
I'm
work?
looking for a job. It's not, no, yeah. It's interesting you say that. I'm actually kind of wondering if I should be looking for a job.
Well, something may come to light for you, though. This is an eclipse. I mean, with my clients and with my clients, and I do this too, it's just another thing that just sort of telling you about my practice, how I do it. Hey, I would do a vision board. And you don't have to do a vision board any bigger than, 8.5 by 11 sheet. You can even go on Pinterest, if you like Pinterest, and do something. The important thing is to pick out how you want to feel in that job. How do I want to feel in that job? So whatever picture makes you feel the way you want to feel in the job, you want to put on a vision board, and you want to look at that every day. Do not hide it. I had one of my clients in France say, "This isn't working out for me, Elizabeth." And I said, and then I thought, I need to ask her where she got that vision board. And she said, "Well, I've got it in my desk." And I said, "Well, that's the last place you should have your vision board. You've got to have it up so you see it every single day." Yes? And who's this that has it? Oh, you. And you do too. So both your midheavens are at 29 degrees? Wow. Okay, so something is going to come to light for you, for sure. And then you've got Saturn opposite to that. So I would say for both of you, I mean, I'd have to look at your whole chart, but let's just take the transit itself with the Saturn opposition, and then the fact that you've got this conjuncture midheaven. I would say that you may have something come to light with regards to your health that you have to take care of, but you may also have a new responsibility come your way that you announce. So we announce things that are midheaven, right? We announce when we get married, when we get a new job. That's all midheaven type stuff. So the other thing that you could have, because Saturn would be, generally speaking, down in probably your fourth house, or aiming close to your fourth house, could you take a mortgage on or get a new place and a new rent of some sort? So you could have the influence of both the four, if it falls in your four, I don't know exactly. So his own Saturn, yeah. But this eclipse falls on his midheaven. So that means that axis of the midheaven and the IC, so the IC is the angle that starts the fourth house of home, family, etc. So that whole thing is going to be activated by that new moon at 29 degrees. So it could spell out both ways. You could, more than likely, it would be, you say, maybe getting a new job or starting something new. I know you're probably already married, so you're not going to get married, but something new in your life that you want to announce. But because the whole axis is being, and it's an eclipse, is being vibrated here, it could also mean some kind of new start with regards to your home or your family. And this could come from your family. You know what I mean? But you're going to hear about it with that midheaven being the main point that's being activated here. So I guess, answer your texts from your family and your emails, especially the ones you don't like. Yeah.
My grandson will be 1 that day.
Oh. How old is he going to be? He's going to be 1. Wow. It's like a big kickoff, right, for him? Yeah. I mean, I do a lot of charts for children as well, but I tend not to do many of the transits and all that, unless it's something really significant, like when they're going to be 8 or 10. I tend to just focus, actually, mostly on the moon, because that's what parents really need to understand is their child's moon. So I wouldn't... But he may have something happen to him that's significant, right? Yeah, but he is only 1, so... and it's a new moon, so...
Learning to walk that day. My son just sent me a video, something like that.
So, I mean, could that be it too, that he's learning to walk? And that's the significant thing. And could it be, was it a surprise that, I mean, that's pretty early to start walking just before 1. But he is brilliant. We know he's brilliant.
Yeah, his dad sounded really proud. Oh, come on, buddy, and he walked to him, and he was like, here he is going to top round.
Yeah.
Oh. He may have a surprise for you, and it might be something different than him walking. Who knows, right? Maybe he'll start speaking in languages or tongues or something.
Maybe he'll call you grandma. I think it's in Colorado, but I am going there, just not quite yet.
Oh. Maybe some surprise celebration for him. That's what I'm thinking. Something surprise. A surprise for him happens because on that midheaven, he's announcing something. I mean, I know he can't really announce it, but it's going to happen to him.
He, the midheaven, is his son. So.
Oh, so yours is the midheaven and his is his son. Wow. I would say some pleasant surprises coming his way that help him start something new. Maybe you're going to be the person to do that with the connection with his son. Maybe you need to think about what you're going to be bringing him.
His birthday present.
Yeah. Like to have him, I would think a bit about this, like to have that he can do something for a new start, especially with regards to, say, intellectual type stuff, scientific stuff. Even spread out as far as working with, the humanitarian type things. Get him initiated into that. I'm just giving you some ideas. I'm sure your present is fine the way it is. Yes, yeah.
I just wanted to say that to me, this eclipse is more about closure than a new moon eclipse normally.
Yes.
But the very next day is the equinox.
I know.
Yeah. So it's like one door closes.
Yes.
Slowly,
Yeah.
And then the door opens almost immediately.
Yeah. 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 Absolutely. I agree with you.
And it's triggering all the quagmire that's going on. Neptune, Saturn, Uranus, Pluto.
It absolutely is, yeah. So what
They're all retrograde.
Yeah, so what this gentleman is pointing out is that because it's at 29 degrees, it only has one more degree or so to go before it gets into the next sign, right? What's the next sign after Pisces?
Aries.
Virgo. What's the next sign after Virgo?
Libra.
All right. So then what is Libra? What kind of element are we looking at? Right. So we know that, like he's just saying, anything else that's in that chart for this eclipse that's in air will be, even though it's out of sign, like what? Like Pluto, like Saturn and Neptune are all going to be triggered at this eclipse. And Uranus too. Yep, there you go. But in a positive way. But I also think those energies are so powerful, those outer planets, whether they're trines or sextiles, I still think they're going to be pushing us. Even though it's a trine and sextile, I still think there's something like revolutionary, not just from the Uranus standpoint, but all those planets together, all those outer planets that are being activated. There's going to be some big change moment.
Evolution.
Yes, there you go. That's a good word. Say that again. Evolution. Yeah. Yes.
Would you say that because it's only 1 degree from the cardinal point,
yeah,
that it's going to be more a bigger effect?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah.
And it's the fall equinox as well.
Yes. Yeah. This is the final.
Change of season.
Yes. Yeah. The next day, as you were mentioning, is going to be the equinox. So. Yeah, the equinox in some ways, even though the moon's going to be in a different place, it's still going to be, I think, predicated by this eclipse. So what does that mean? That means, at least on a collective level, this eclipse being associated with an equinox is going to probably last the effects for the 3 months until we come up to the winter solstice. So that's another way of looking at this. Now, on an individual basis, pay attention to what happens around this. I would take a few days on either side. I always look at least a week, with the eclipse being in the middle and then days on either side of it. And maybe make notes. I'm going to be making notes for sure about what actually happens, because the effects are going to be long. This is not a short-term effect here. And for those folks that have something at 29 degrees, for sure. All right, we're going to have a break here right now. And then we're gonna start on the 24 charts. Now, come on, we gotta have some coffee here. We gotta wake up. All right, this is just a quick one. You've got this on your handout anyway, but I just wanted to point out that the book that I put on at the very beginning here, I've not actually seen this book, or read the book rather, the 36 faces, which basically refers to the 36 decans. Thank you, sweetheart. And that is going to be by Austin Kopic. He's a pretty well-known astrologer. He also has delved into decans and tarot cards too. But this is going to be the most recent book that you're going to be getting on decans. Now, everything I've read about his original book, so this is going to be a revised version of this original book that he had. There's no copies left from his original printing of this. There's nothing left. Except there's one on Etsy for $1,000. This guy was very clever because he only printed so many of these. So he's revising this book, and I contacted him and asked him so I would give you guys a complete understanding of where he's at with this book. His answer when I said, when are you going to have this published and available? I liked his answer actually, was that basically as soon as Jupiter leaves Cancer, he should have this book published. Well, we know that's sort of the end of June next year. But I did take a quick look at what's available, and this guy really delves into every aspect of this. So if you're looking, to me it seemed like this was going to be a really good book that's now going to be revised. But there's lots of other books there that you could look at too. All right, let's get moving on here. All right, so now we're going into the personal charts. Is Tresha here by chance? Okay, so I have 24 charts that were given to me from both my YouTube channel as well as from locally here in San Diego. I'm going to try to get through them. I don't mind taking questions for sure, so don't worry about it. But I may not get through the 24 is what I'm saying. All right, so Tresha.
28
let's
days
just
before,
see here.
28 days after my birth.
Oh yeah?
28 days, exactly.
Is that clear enough for everybody, or do I need to adjust it?
It's pretty good.
It's pretty good? Okay. So the first thing we want, so we're only looking at the suns, well, ostensibly we're only looking at the suns in terms of a sort of review and discussion, but we can look at other things in the chart too. Yes?
I had an idea, how about maybe doing the charts of people that are here?
We could do that.
Yeah, you know.
All right, well, why don't I go through, and as soon as someone sees their name, say stop.
That's perfect.
All right, so we got Tresha.
Except we can't see the names of it.
Yeah, I'll say what they are.
Suzanne on the right side.
Suzana C.
Over there.
See on the right side?
Say the name.
See right here?
It's right
It's
here.
on the right side.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. But I'll say the name too, so don't worry about it. I know this person is not here. Natalie R. Kari L. Kelsey A. Shari is here. I know Shari is here for sure. All right, so let's stop here. And Shari, thank you for that suggestion, Julie. All right, so we're looking at the suns. So here we go. Wow, we got a Leo. So here we've got a sun in Leo at 11 degrees and 42 minutes. So looking at your little handout there in the wheel, where do we know that this sun falls? What decan does it fall in?
Second Decan.
The second decan, that's right. And what planet rules that sun?
Jupiter.
Jupiter.
Right, because Sagittarius rules the second decan, right? So we have an influence here over lucky Leo of this Jupiter. So in these charts, we're going to be looking at the actual house too, because that's important. We didn't do that in the eclipses because we couldn't really relate it to that. So here we've got the fifth house. So we've got the influence of the fifth house, and we know from our astrology that in the natural zodiac, Leo rules that fifth house. So this is kind of like a real nice setup for this Shari here, to have her son here. I would say that, when you have something like this here in your fifth house, you're a natural person who could be on the stage of life. That you like to be in front of people. I would say if you don't, you probably could speak to a crowd like this very easily. People love it when you get up there. They just totally get you. So if you're not doing that, you should be. But in the second decan with Jupiter, the Jupiter, just as a general energy, I know it's good luck and positive energy and happiness and all that, but the general idea with Jupiter is to expand and to grow. That's what you've got to remember when you have a Jupiter placement on top of your sun. And so what this simply says to me, my dear, on a very superficial level, and we're going to get other people in the audience to contribute, is that you are supposed to be growing your authentic self, right? That's the core of Leo. And your artistic, creative side. It doesn't mean you've got to go paint pictures, but it does says that your creative side is supposed to grow in this lifetime with Jupiter. do a joint thing together. So that's a basic idea behind this with this Jupiter on top of here. Now the other thing that Jupiter can also give to her is that she could get involved in travel of some sort. Foreign people, foreign places may be important for her in terms of her what? Growth, right? So I would say as you deal with, say you do love to travel, and through those travels that you have, you can grow, right? In terms of who you are inside yourself, your authentic self.
Not only that, but she has Jupiter in Sagittarius and not.
Yeah, I know. I mean, this is a woman that's kind of born with the horseshoes somewhere. Yeah, I mean, we're not necessarily going to discuss this, but yeah, look at it. It's conjunct your moon, too. So it's like you're born with a lot. You're born with those angels sitting on your shoulders. You're the person who, in that final hour, the 11th hour, everything turns out. And you may have had some big crises in your life. You think, I don't know how I'm going to get out of this. I don't know how I'm going to solve this.
Like right now.
But somehow these angels come down on your shoulders and take you to where you need to go to.
Saturn, Neptune are right on her ascendant.
Yeah.
That's crisis.
Now, what else could this Jupiter add to her chart? To her sun, to her inner self, to her essence. So your sun is the essence. What else can that Jupiter add to that?
Spiritual dimension.
What's that?
Spiritual dimension.
What about on the negative side? What could Jupiter do?
Excess.
Excess.
Gambling.
Being too extravagant. Being too of everything. I am the queen. After all, that is what Leo's supposed to be, is the king. What's that?
She's not the type.
No. But we're looking at the whole picture, right, too. Anything else? Saturn is children, too. So this could also say that for you personally, with that Sun in Leo and the Jupiter on top of it, that your children may literally be lucky for you, but they may also bring in this whole aspect of you growing your authentic self, where through children, you become more of who you are.
Unrealized wisdom.
Yep. Yes.
Unrealized wisdom.
Unrealized wisdom. That's excellent. I really like that.
Especially with that moon up there.
Yeah.
I have a lot of wisdom.
But look at, I know we're supposed to just focus on the Decan, but you've got your moon up there in Sagittarius conjunct. Everyone around you must just flock to you when they're down or when they just need to be lifted up. You just automatically are able to do that, to give them a positive spin on life. And if you do have children, they're very lucky to have you, because that's what you'd be giving them. Yeah, that's a beautiful setup. Thanks for pointing that out, whoever did that. Yes?
She's got a grand fire trine. And if you include Chiron, it would be a kite with Venus at the head.
Right.
Oh, no, Chiron at the head, I'm sorry.
Chiron, yeah. So we're looking here with your Chiron here.
What does that mean?
Well, Chiron, generally speaking, I always look at it as two things. Generally speaking, Chiron is where we are wounded. When we were born, where were we wounded? But my opinion is, as we heal that wound, we can then take that and actually heal other people. Yes. And that's what you want to do is, actually you mentioned that to me when we talked earlier. So this Chiron could actually be talking to, it's if you read up about this type of thing, it's like you wanting to connect with God, a higher power is what this is. And the wounding part of it is that maybe in your childhood, you were not encouraged to do that. And you had to tamper that down. And your job here is to heal that and to express this. So this could be expressed through a lot of things. It could be expressed through something like a spiritual practice of some sort, meditation. Even yoga could fall into this as well. You become a yoga teacher.
And astrology.
You have your own ashram.
Astrology.
You become an astrologer. Where's your Uranus here? There it is.
Next to her sun.
Look at that. Yeah, you've got that in Leo too, and it's conjunct. You could make some money being an astrologer, especially if you do it creatively.
That's what I want to do.
Well, you should go for it. Get that vision board together for yourself.
Okay.
Put some astrological charts on it and say, pointing big fingers, that's what I'm doing.
Okay.
Anything else people have to
I'd
say
be
about
curious to find out what she's going through right now with the Neptune, Saturn on her ascendant, square to moon.
Yeah.
That's pretty significant.
He's talking about this. So your ascendant here is yeah, I mean, and these are once in a lifetime. What he's talking about is once in a lifetime, maybe not with Saturn, but certainly with Neptune. This whole conjunction, so this is in the universe, we have both Saturn and Neptune. They're in Aries, but they're coming out of it as well as a retrograde, but generally speaking, let's just say that both Saturn and Neptune are at around 0 degrees of Aries. Where do you have your ascendant? Right there.
So it's a good time to jump in?
So it's a good time, thank you very much. It's a good time to jump into something spiritual and make it real.
Take bold action.
Saturn is about making it real, Neptune's about the spiritual world and other things, but let's just say it's a spiritual world. So your thinking and how you're speaking right now is where you should be.
Yeah, aim for February.
So go for it. And let me just tell you, watch for the 17th of February next year, because that is where the exact conjunction of both Saturn and Neptune is going to be. Put down the 17th of February. And maybe aim for something around that time to develop your spiritual life, whether it pans out to be just something metaphysical or you go down the route of astrology. You're going to have support. It's like Saturn makes it real. Neptune can be the metaphysical or spiritual, but it can also be our hopes and dreams. February could be a month for you that could turn out to have your hopes, dreams, or wishes come true and be made real, to have something tangible in your hand. So that's many months from now. So you might...
I have all kinds of avenues I go down and have immense interest in, but it's all connected. It's all connected. And my mind has expanded so much in the last couple of years of things I didn't even know that my thought patterns have changed. And
well, they will continue to, but you're going to get support now from that Saturn, right? On your ascendant. New responsibilities, but probably ones that you want. Okay. Anything else?
Thank you.
You're welcome, Shari. Anything else that anyone's got to say? Yes.
I just happen to think, I have solar fire like so many of us.
Yeah, I got that too.
But does it do whole?
Oh, sure. It does all. There's a drop down. I think it's probably in chart, like the first columns, I think. Or chart, you do the by wheel, and then I think you go into a sub one, and it says, well, how do you want to do it? For sure you can do it. I've done it.
The second column.
It might be the second column. Yeah.
The by wheel's on the second.
I use my Astro Gold most of the time, but I do also have Solar Fire because it's got so many sophisticated things that you can do in it. A lot more than.
It's in the first, when you do the chart, you can change it, and you can also change it at the top.
Next job.
Let's keep going and stop me. Teresa G, Sana A, Cynthia O, Lan G, Simone B.
Go back one.
Was
it Teresa Z?
One more.
Teresa G.
Wait.
What's your name?
Lon. Teresa. I think that one.
December 6, 1959.
That's Z, that's me.
This is you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Before that?
All right, Teresa, where are you? There you are. All right, Teresa, let's look at your sun here. Thank you for stopping me. All right, so here's another lucky person.
Another angel.
Gosh, you guys. So here we've got her sun at 13 degrees. But look, she's got the planet that rules Sagittarius conjunct her sun. And it's in the second house. Wow. So what are we looking at in terms of the Decan here? We should know now this right off the bat, right?
Second Decan.
The second Decan? And what is it ruled by?
Mars.
And that would be what planet? Mars. So this is a go-getter. No question of it. This is a woman who probably even at an early age was not afraid to go out there and make money. Babysitting, taking papers around, whatever it was she had to do, she was going to make money. So that, on a superficial level, that's what this says to me, is that you are a go-getter with regards to certainly making money. Now, the second house can represent the money that we earn, so that it, also suggests what job am I doing. So this is a number of things that you could be doing that are very lucky for you. And this could be anything from sports of any sort. Maybe as a younger person, you were very much involved in sports. You may even, maybe in those days it wasn't necessarily money, but you got awards and maybe trophies for that type of things, or badges for what you did. But the other thing this can also say is travel. I'm thinking you could be right now in the travel industry of some sort, that could be important for you. Sagittarius also deals, just generally speaking, with foreign people and foreign things. So part of what you do to earn money is dealing with foreign people. Where did we have you? Yeah, you're born. A lot of my charts, the people were not born here in the U.S., but you were. So we've got Mars on top of that Sun. It also says that the military could be the other thing. So Mars and Aries also suggest the military sort of connection, as well as sort of athletic type stuff too. So in either of those, you may not be doing that right now, but those could have been something you could do too. Sagittarius is, yes?
Religion?
Yeah, religion could be very important to her too, especially with that Jupiter on top of the Sun.
Philosophy.
And yeah, if it's not religion, it's philosophy, yeah. So you could be a philosopher, that you like to discuss different philosophies with people, that it's important to you, that you like to interact with all sorts of people to learn what they've learned. But for some reason, this is associated with the money that you make too. Now, I also have a Sagittarius Sun, and early in my life, I was in every possible sport you could imagine. And I actually went really far in a lot of the sports that I was in. But then I left it all behind. And decades later, where I am now, I'm using my Sagittarius Sun in the 6th house to actually do a service, right? 6th house is service, but also to help people see their future and to be optimistic about their future. Now, I'm not comparing you to me, but what I'm saying is that that's the other thing that you could be doing here, is that you provide this optimism to people about their future. Now, that could be generalized to a whole bunch of things, right? You could be a person who helps people with their careers. That's part of how people consult with you. Look, I want to do this career, how do I do it? And you help them see that. But it could be almost in any area where you help people see the positive side and where they could go in the future. Like a life consultant. That could be part of what you could be good at too. But it does give you this, absolutely fabulous energy about you, where people feel that you are positive, that they need, say, a lift of some sort, kind of similar to you, where, they feel this positive energy from you, that you emanate that, right? And so this is something that Jupiter, the Mars does on top of your Jupiter as well as your Sun there. Gives you positive outlook, and people pick that up. So any of these things that I spoke about, you could make money from. And, I always say that you can't really, I can look at your chart when I'm at my home and kind of figure out some of these things, but it's not till you really get into a situation with somebody that you start picking up some intuitive stuff. These are things that you may not have even thought of. So I'm going to be putting this on my YouTube channel too, so you can always go back and maybe listen to it and maybe get some intuitive type thing. Now that's the other thing too that Jupiter can be. It's not talked about a lot, but Jupiter can be the seer, right? The person who can, the fortune teller, looking in the past and seeing what's coming in. So it literally could be that, where you do that type of thing too. I guess you could associate it with astrology and tarot too. It doesn't do a direct connect on that, but it could, if we're just looking in the future, right? Are you in the process of changing your job right now?
No.
Retiring? Or?
Yeah, well, in a couple of years, probably.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
What kind of work do you do right now?
I'm in healthcare.
Okay. So do you provide that positive impetus? I bet you do, right?
Yeah.
Pluto and Virgo.
Yeah. Oh, the Virgo, Pluto.
Ruling planet.
There you go. Yeah. So this is what he's talking about. You've got a Scorpio ascendant, and what rules Scorpio is Pluto, right? So do you work in a certain part, like in a certain part of the hospital, or are you all over the place?
It's actually not a hospital, but it's not a clinic. It's kind of like working with people that have the opportunity to be an organ donor.
So
Oh,
somebody
wow.
who needs.
Oh, there's the Pluto. Oh, there's the Pluto.
And Uranus up there too.
Yeah. Look at this. So this is what they're
Changing
talking
from one
about
to
here.
another body, yeah.
Yeah.
Fascinating.
Uranus on
And in
your
Virgo.
heaven. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
So you probably are in the career that you're meant to be in.
Probably, but it took me a long time to get there.
Oh, really? Oh,
But I've
that's
always
it.
been interested in sports. I've always, I mean, all those things that you said are
Yeah.
things that have led me to where I am now. Even though I may not be working in sports, I was very active when
Yeah.
I was younger.
But,
So,
yes.
Did you have a lot of education? Because I would think
Oh,
that's all
yeah.
education based.
not
Yeah.
education, but a lot of experience.
Yeah.
Put it that
But did
way.
it take you out of town? And where's there a military move? And
Yeah.
were you military family?
No, not military family, but I did work with. I did
Military
work on
too.
military
So you
things.
kind of spelt,
So-
a lot of this has been
Navy,
gone
I've done a
through.
lot of different things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Navy.
But this is
Maybe,
sacred
right?
work you're doing now. This must have changed the inside of who you are too. He was talking about philosophy and that. I think this has probably changed you. And you would be getting in touch with anybody from anywhere with organ.
And I have, and I used to, well, I sometimes still do work with exchange students. They come and live with me.
Oh,
and I,
cool.
Whoa.
stay with them for a while, or
Wow.
they stay with me, and then I, give them an experience of, they're here to go to school, and then they go back to where they are. So that was the foreign part.
Right, the foreign part.
I've done a lot of things.
Wow.
I'm not good
Yeah,
at
well, I
it,
think, you just like the other woman here, you've also got these angels on your shoulders too. You've got a big influence of Sagittarius here in Jupiter. So you will always be protected. I mean, you're doing sacred work, right? Okay, anyone else want to say anything else about that? Till we go to the next one.
Okay, the moon Neptune sextile a trine. So Neptune is co-ruler of Sagittarius. So that was to add to the psychic aspect.
Yeah.
And she worked in the Navy with Neptune.
Yeah.
Neptune.
Interesting, right?
Yeah. Female in the
It's really interesting when you see your chart being spelled out for you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you've got this.
So it kind of changes things a little bit.
Yeah. So this is what the couple folks are talking about here. Is this whole moon in Pisces also gives you this great intuition, maybe even psychic abilities to connect, especially in your profession, with other people and feel what they're feeling. Like on both sides, the donor as well as the receiver, right?
But my moon is, in my chart, it's usually in the fourth house.
Yeah, because you use Placidus,
How it
yeah.
changes.
Yeah, it can.
So-
It's interesting to do. What I have found when I use different chart systems, just to let you know from experience, they all seem to balance each other out in the end, is all I can tell you. So do both charts. Do your, if you use Placidus or Cock, whatever you use. I like Placidus too. Do the whole house, but then do the whole chart and look at everything, even though there's different houses. And you'll see that they sort of balance each other off in the end, and they're similar in the end, even in a different way. That's what I found when I do it. I just find that Placidus helps me better with, like a lot of my clients want to know, well, what's going to happen at the eclipse. So I really find that the Placidus placement of either angles and or planets help me more accurately tell them what area of their life. I just found that from practice. But other people may find the whole house. It's becoming more trendy to go into to do the whole house system, and it's whatever works for you, right? Okay, let's go on here. Cynthia O.
This is me.
Okay, Cynthia?
No,
Lan, sorry. Is it Lan?
Lan, one more.
Yeah, okay. All right, Lan. Let's go up here and take a look at your sun. So here's another person who's got a conjunction with another planet. Look at this.
Tell him.
Wow.
Do you work with all of those asteroids?
I do work with some of the asteroids. Not necessarily. I mean, I can do them all.
Yeah, but do you work with all the ones that you have printed out here?
I do sometimes.
Okay.
This is why I don't necessarily do it. I find it's too overwhelming for most people, but I'm happy to answer questions regarding it. And I can, when I do my own chart, I'll see what's happening there. But unless it's important, like something conjuncts it, or it's in an important position for them, I generally speaking don't use very much. I'll use Chiron. I'll use Juno a lot of times, especially say you've got Juno in the 7th house. Well, that's very important for you to know that, right? But generally speaking, I think it's too much information, I find.
Yeah, it's a lot for.
But they're important, and you can go out to this. There's also the centaurs. There's a whole series of centaurs that you can look at too. In fact, I know the woman. I forget what her name is now, but I do know her. I met her in England at one of the conferences. All right, let's get back to this one. So what have we got going on here? We have this beautiful Sun conjunct Neptune. So we know that whatever decan this Sun falls in, it's also going to influence her Neptune too. So I'd say this person, even though both of these fall in Capricorn, this is an intuitive person too. She can pick stuff up around her. And she can probably pick stuff up around her and make sense of it to, in many ways, put it in containers. So we're talking about the influence here of Saturn, which rules your sign. So able to take maybe nebulous information, maybe even to take things like lab values and put them into something like a table of some sort. I mean, I'm just talking kind of superficially here, but that sort of thing could be done with this setup. But let's go back to what decan this is in. So we're at 14 degrees and 15 minutes of Capricorn. So what would this fall in?
Venus. Taurus.
Right?
Taurus Decan.
And what planet?
Venus.
All right, so now we've got Venus, the attractor, coming in here. So here we've got Venus influencing you in the 11th house. I would say that you probably have a lot of great female friends that are very spiritual, that may actually give you something, and vice versa, you give to them as well. With the Sun and Venus, I would say that most people would be attracted to you. You probably don't have difficulty having people, if you've got to deal with the public, for instance, that you don't have difficulties with people generally will gravitate to you and listen to what you have to say. Now, you could also, with that Venus, I'm thinking, could you be dealing with valuable old things? So the valuable is the Venus, and the old thing is the Capricorn. This is a person who could buy and sell antiques, buy and sell beautiful pieces of art, maybe even wine, that sort of thing. Anything that's kind of on that luxury end of the spectrum here with that Venus influence. But the Venus on top of Neptune too, because it's going to be on top of that too, right, as the decan is conjunct your Sun. This says to me that I think you could make music real. Are you involved in music of any sort, or any dance or sculpture or artistic type things where you have to make it into something?
It's interesting, I don't think of myself as artistic in that way. However, I like to call this my delusional aspect, and I mean that lovingly. But just to what you were saying before, I do pick up on stuff. People do, like, I just like to hide away. I don't like.
Because they track you down.
Well, because it's like, there's like this quality of, like, I need people's stuff off of me.
Right.
And so I do pick up a lot in the room that I'm in, and I do put a lot of words to what people can't.
Wow.
And so, I mean, the verbal has, I think. But I've had many situations where there's like a weird dynamic going on in a group.
Right.
And then I say, actually, this is what's happening, and I'm clocking it, and then suddenly everyone's like, that's exactly what it is. And so that's sort of like, at least that's how that shows up, is that like, I can really tune into, oh, I see what's going on energetically here.
Right.
And then
that's quite a skill to have.
Yeah, and when I've done that, there's been so many moments where it's been a watershed moment in that group or that workplace. I know, I don't really mean to be that powerful, I just am. I'll just speak that truth, and everyone's seeing it.
Truth as well can go with that Neptune, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, Pluto is also truth as well, but Neptune at its highest can be that too, right?
And like the deception, that's where it's happening. For me,
deception's very much around that too.
But I've like called out deception.
Well, that's because you've got this whole Capricorn thing happening where Saturn is helping you.
Like, you know, consequences.
You could also, I mean, this is something that, again, I'm so throw that out there, you can maybe think about this at another time if you're not doing it, but that 11th house also rules groups. Because Capricorn is very much a leader and kind of the carrier of the rules and regulations, you could set up your own, could be very effective setting up your own spiritual group of some sort here. Maybe even a metaphysical group. Because that's a beautiful setup. When you go and look at that Sun, Neptune, and you can look this up too. So all these things I'm talking about, you can just Google and Google and Google and get tons of information, more information than what I'm giving you. But that puts you at a very high spiritual, energetic, pulsing energy. So that's a very high level to reach when you've got the Sun and the Neptune together. It's asking you to operate at your highest self. And if you don't, but that, what's your, you touched a little bit about the Neptune and how, delusional. Yeah, you could enter into that, but you won't for long. Because you've got Saturn there grounding you no matter what. So it's a nice setup to be able to delve into those things because you're never going to go veering off, into the ocean somewhere and sink. You're going to have that Capricorn influence here, Saturn, saying no.
Before I knew much about astrology, I really started seriously studying in the last couple of years.
Right.
And before then, and now I'm looking at it and I'm like, this is ridiculous. Like, I have a branding that I'm doing for myself as a person, and branding is dream architect.
Oh, wow, that sounds fabulous.
I didn't know much about astrology at that point, and now I look at that Sun Neptune, I'm like, yeah, in Capricorn.
Well, you have to do that. Because guess what else the 11th house represents?
Dreams.
Hopes, yes, dreams, hopes, dreams, wishes. You making people's maybe hopes, dreams, and wishes come true. And that's your dream? Wow.
Yeah, and actually what's even more trippy is that in my work, so in the quadrant systems, it's like in the 10th, but whatever, they're all doing
it'll all pan out in the end.
Part of my work is helping, one thing I'll say when I'm speaking, because I do a lot of speaking, is I'll talk about, like, people will talk about a dream for the future, and I say, how do we make the dream real now? How do we build the dream?
Oh, wow.
Here, like.
Well, those are powerful words.
I know.
My goodness.
But like, I'm saying things like that. I'm like, dream a vision for the future, but make it real.
Yeah.
How do we?
Let's make this dream real now.
See, look, aren't you all attracted to it?
We all need to hear that.
Aren't you all captivated by what I'm saying?
So you might want to also consider, I don't know, thinking about, it's not necessarily right there in the 11th house, but the 11th house is kind of represented by Aquarius and Uranus, and by extension, that is the whole internet and social media. So you could also go into the social media with this type of thing too. Again, you might want to just plant that in your brain and say, maybe I need to do a little bit of investigating here in social media to take my messages into something. And you can start with, I always recommend my clients, start with a podcast if you don't feel good, but you obviously present. So you'll be fine on YouTube.
Good at talking.
Yeah.
I had a mini podcast like during COVID.
Yeah, quite a way. Well, maybe it'll come back again. You've got anyone else want to comment on this?
Yes, he has Uranus, Neptune, and Saturn triple conjunction in the 1991, which is the turning point of the three heavy planets that opened up the whole internet and the whole universe.
Oh, right.
So she's at a juncture where something is changing in depth.
How's your neighborhood?
Good comment.
It's fine.
Yeah, because to me, when you look at the deeper layer of what you're talking about, the Decan and the Venus, it brings you down to that third house, and then it's appropriate action with Mars. So something there might be interesting to play with.
Yeah, so she's talking about this Mars here.
Yeah, there's something going on. I would think there's something going on with your neighborhood.
Saturn, you got your Saturn here conjunct your north nodes, trining this. Well, we're not here to do the whole chart, but you got some nice setups here for yourself, for sure.
Only because of the Decan and the Venus behind it, it comes back to Taurus. That's why I was looking at that.
Right.
Yeah.
And Venus ruling Taurus, yep.
Okay.
One more chart. Simone?
Yes.
Simone, it looks like you're gonna be the last chart. But as I've said, I'm gonna put a video together probably tomorrow. I'll just do it on my own computer and get it done, and I'll ask my husband to get it out as quickly as possible. And we'll do the same kind of thing. So everyone's chart's gonna be done. All right. So Simone, let's take a look at her sun. So Simone here's another conjunction. So everyone seems to have conjunctions with other planets. So we've got here 24 Cancer, and then we've got her Uranus here at 27. So this is conjunct. And so this makes you probably a very changeable person. You may be very intellectual. It's in the second house, so this is where the income that you make, it's the value you have of yourself too. It can represent, your possessions too. So what decan is this going to be in? We should know this right off the bat. Third decan. And what is the sign that rules the third decan? And the planet that rules that?
Neptune.
You're just right on it. All right, so we've got this whole thing of Neptune going on top of not only your sun, but certainly within, or also your Uranus here. And I did make a few notes here as well with regards to what this could be. So we're taking that Neptune, infusing her sun in the second house. And so this could be you making money with regards to maybe as an astrologer. I don't know, do you do astrology?
Yes.
You're an astrologer?
Mm-hmm. And a writer.
And a writer. Well, there you go. Okay. There you go. So what we're talking about here, what she's just mentioned, she's an astrologer, and that makes sense because Uranus as a planet, generally speaking, does kind of speak to astrologers. And the fact that it's right next to her sun, who she is, really says you could be an astrologer, and she just absolutely is that, right? Now with the Neptune on top too, this makes her not only an astrologer, but also gives her a great deal of intuitive psychic energy too. Do you do something beyond astrology? Do you do, how am I feeling about this person as I'm doing their chart, and you get other things coming in?
No, I do a lot of artwork.
Okay. Okay. You certainly have a lot of compassion with all that Cancer. And this is what I would say to you in the second house, because that second house rules values, but I always emphasize that it actually also rules the value you have for yourself. And with Cancers, I find that, so I'm a Cancer ascendant. With this setup here, I would say be careful about giving too much compassion to other people, nurturing too many people out there, and make sure you're giving it to yourself too. And maybe you are doing that. But it's just a reminder, as I'm looking at you, I'm getting an intuition to tell you that.
Neptune.
That take care of yourself too.
Neptune
Yes.
square sun.
Yeah, and square sun, okay.
Neptune square sun, Uranus.
Yeah, okay, so this is what he's talking about here. The Neptune sun square, right?
In Libra.
Yeah.
It's very giving.
Yeah, so you want to do the right thing. This is your general kind of thing. I want to do the right thing here. I want to be compassionate. I want to be giving to other people. But you're going to have to balance that. With the Libra part of it is asking you to balance it, but also that extensive amount of Cancer that you've got says you're going to be automatically wanting to be compassionate and nurturing to people when you absolutely must take care of yourself too. I mean, that goes for anybody in any, but for you in particular, you could be swayed by that. Motherhood, have you got children? Because this, no children, okay.
Just cats.
Cats. So you're a very nurturing person. Yeah, you've got everything kind of down here, right? Yeah, here's your writer, Ascendant in Gemini.
And Mercury is in that.
So have you got any books that are going to be coming out or any publications that you want to announce?
No, not at the moment. I'm kind of semi-retired. I may rise again here one of these days, but right now I'm not being very good.
Do you have like a card or anything that say somebody here would like to get a reading from you?
I have books.
I know you just said you want to retire, now I'm saying you want to give your card out. That's my Sagittarian coming out.
Well, the top of your chart is kind of on fire too.
Yeah.
I have a book called Moon Power.
Nice.
It's all about the moon, and I have a book called Astro Feng Shui, which combines astrology and
Ooh, that sounds really good.
Okay, cool. Astro Feng Shui, I'll check that out.
You should have brought some of those books with you.
That's okay.
all this out on the floor.
Okay, so I think I'm being told to stop here. I can't do another chart.
Yeah.
Are you sure? Should I take any last questions? Do I have time for that? Or are we tapped out with questions now? Has anyone been sitting there for hours and said, I really want to know this. I want to ask this question.
I did want.
Yes.
Not a question, but I wanted to mention, I found the 36 Faces book.
Yeah.
It's 2014 on the Internet Archive. So the whole book is there, and it's like burning to read the rest of it.
Yeah.
doesn't want to pay $1,000.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it was very clever marketing on his part to just do a limited run of publishing his first book. But it did look fantastic. And I don't know him, but I do watch him sometime. This is Oscar Topic. And he is very detail oriented and has a great knowledge base. So I would probably end up buying that book. Okay, so we're going to stop there. Thank you all for coming. I really appreciate it. I hope we've answered everybody's questions. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
We'll see you next month.
So I am going to do the remaining charts that I did not get a chance to do at my lecture. And so thank you to everybody who sent in their charts and having patience to wait till I put this in the final video version I'm putting on YouTube. So we're going to start off with you, Tresha M. And you can see the picture of your natal chart. And what I want you to do is look where the 7 o'clock position is, as if you were looking at a clock. And that is where your sun is. It's at 20 degrees of Virgo, almost 21 degrees of Virgo. We know that if it's at over 20 degrees, that it is in the third decan of Virgo. And that third decan of Virgo is ruled by Taurus, because Taurus is the third and final sign in the element of Earth, right? And then we ask, well, what planet rules Taurus? And that planet is Venus. So we're talking here about the sun, your energy, being infused by this lovely planet of Venus. Venus can represent love, it can represent money, values, and especially value of self. The other overlay that we've got here is, well, what house does that sun fall in? It falls in the second house. So certainly it says that love can be carefully looked at. At an extreme end, it is somebody who is very critical potentially of their love partner. But generally speaking, when we've got Venus on top of the sun, Venus tends to attract in positive energy for you, positive benefits. It also softens the hard edges. So we could say that it does, to some extent, also soften the critical abilities of Virgo in a very positive way. In the second house, which is the house of income that we earn, generally speaking, this also says that this person can attract in a lot of work and can benefit from work, especially work that relates to Virgo-like things. So this would be any health type of situation. This could be anything from yoga, exercising, to a nutritionist, to even mental health as well. So all aspects of health is represented here, including potentially working in a hospital-like setting too. This also emphasized potentially females, because of course Venus represents females. So the other thing is it literally attracts love, right? Venus, a love for good health. So I would say this is a person who really takes care of their health. You certainly look for value, right? That's second house. In the money, that's Venus, that you make. So I would say that Tresha is a person who would not just sit back and say, well, as long as I'm getting some money, I'm okay. You'll be looking at the practical aspects of making money too, and want to have your value shown through the money that you make. Now, just as an add-on, you don't exactly have the eclipse that's coming up on the 21st of September 2025 conjunct your sun. It's about it's actually 8 degrees off. But if you think about it, that eclipsed moon will be making its way over your sun just prior to it becoming an eclipse. So you may have something like a change of job, or give up a potential source of income that you have, or even have a new way of valuing yourself, maybe a new way of valuing yourself through maybe a new job that you have and a new source of income. All right. Take care, Tresha. So, Suzana C. Suzana C, I would like you to look at approximately the 8 o'clock position as if you were looking at a clock. In the chart that you see in front of you, you can see that your sun is at 21 degrees of Virgo and 25 minutes. And notably, it is conjunct your ascendant, widely conjunct out of sign Mercury and Pluto. So we can say that these energies of Virgo are very entwined in who you are because you're conjunct that ascendant, right? That sun is conjunct the ascendant. And so this truly is somebody who lives her truth in many respects through the health that she maybe even espouses. This is a person who may actually have part of what they do is helping people understand health and how health affects them. Now, it can also refer to facts and information, and small animals are very much, represented by Virgo too. And so it can bring these into light as part of this person's life, Suzana, as well. It falls in the first house, so again, it takes on more meaning in addition to the sun conjunct the ascendant. It really gives you, it gives you this ability to maybe put facts together regarding health. That's what I'm thinking. Could you maybe write something that you get out to other people to educate them on health? That could also be here. Although we don't have education specifically, Virgo is about collecting important information, right? So when we look at what decan this is in the third decan of Virgo, and we know that Taurus as a sign, another earth sign, actually does rule that third decan, and so we know that Venus is the actual planet that rules that third decan. It's an overlay not only on your sun, but also on your ascendant. And so this attracts things in for you, my dear. It can attract in money as a result of your interest in health, collecting information and small animals. And it can bring in money for you too. You certainly put a value on good health of all aspects. You put a value on collecting important information. You put a value on potentially small animals. Virgo is also about service too. So I'm thinking that you may be in the service industry of some sort related to health. And it has a lot of meaning for you. It means a lot to you, right? It also says with the Venus there, conjunct the ascendant, this is an attractive person. You may have people, Suzana, drawn to you naturally, basically. And so that sort of speaks to, I guess, a little bit of charisma, right? Okay. Take care, Suzana. Actually, just one more thing, Suzana. The eclipse that's coming up on the 21st of September 2025 is pretty close to your ascendant. Your ascendant's almost at 27 Virgo. And so we can say that that eclipse does conjunct your ascendant and, by extension, your natal sun. So I would say that you may have some kind of new initiative come up for you. This falls in your first house on your ascendant. So this is something potentially really big for you. Now, you may have had an inkling of what this new thing might be back in August when you had the first new moon that was in, just a new moon, that was in Virgo, followed by, of course, this eclipse at 29 degrees of Virgo. So there may be some new start for you. It might be something as simple as you starting a new exercise program or nutritional program that's of great benefit to you. All right, that's it. Take care, Suzana. Verhaeghe J. So, Verhaeghe, I would like you to look for your sun, and we're kind of looking at, I guess, around the 11 o'clock position. If you were looking at a clock, is where your sun is. But notably, your sun is conjunct your Jupiter and widely conjunct your Juno, and it's in the 11th house. Now, with your sun at 22 degrees of Virgo. We know that it's at the third decan of Virgo, and the third decan of Virgo is ruled by the sign Taurus and the planet Venus. So we know that Venus attracts in things for you of great benefit, because that Venus not only conjuncts your sun, but conjuncts your Jupiter, which is awesome, right? Now, it is in the 11th house, and the 11th house represents your friends, essentially, the groups you might belong to, and of course, your hopes, dreams, and wishes. If you do have your own business, Verhaeghe, this could be very fortunate for you with regards to the money that you make. You could really benefit through that, because you've got Venus, the lesser benefic, conjunct the greater benefic, which is Jupiter. So you're getting a double dose here of good luck and just benefits, generally speaking. To what? To you, your sun. It can also put a big emphasis for you with regards to wanting to learn more and more about health and about any health matters. Service is going to be really important to you, as well as collecting important information. Small animals, you may absolutely love small animals, and may have many of them, by the way. The only negative thing I can think about this is that you may put too much emphasis on health, and maybe, give too much information to all your friends. Now, they know they can count on you to give accurate information about health and or important information. But that's just a little caution, I would say. Certainly dispense important information, especially about health. But be careful not to overdo it. Enjoy your life too. And the other thing I would say is service is on top of this. So be careful about being too much service to everybody and not taking care of yourself too, like taking care of your health. I doubt if that would happen with the big emphasis here with the Jupiter as well as the Venus on your sun in Virgo. The other thing is you could head up your own group to do with health, to do with collecting important information, maybe putting those together. You head up your own group, dispensing important information about health. You may even, we could extend this to small animals and say that you're particularly interested in the health of small animals too. Now, when we look at that eclipse coming up, that's going to be at 29 degrees of Virgo. You do have an exact conjunction with your Saturn. If you still stay looking at that clock face of your chart around the 10, 11 o'clock position, you can see Saturn there is at 29 degrees of Virgo, 14 minutes. So we know that that eclipse, that new moon eclipse, which is a partial eclipse, sits on top of your Saturn. So this is of some significance to you. You may make a new start with regards to maybe some obligation or responsibility you have. Now, the 29 degrees, even though this is a new moon, the 29 degrees then puts a culmination type energy on this, or a real big focus on it, but it's intense. So there could be some crisis that comes up for you with regards to maybe some aspect to do with a friend, the group you belong to, even the money you make if you've got your own business. And you just decide you're going to let go of something that you've been taking responsibility for. And maybe that responsibility was never yours to begin with. But it could, looking at the other flip side of it, it could be you willingly having a new start with a new responsibility to do with health. Maybe this ties into you taking on a responsibility for a new, lovely, furry, small animal. All right. Take care, Verhaeghe. So we're going on to Natalie R. Natalie, I would like you to look at approximately the 1 o'clock position on the chart that you see in front of you. That is where your sun is. And you've got your sun at 4 degrees of Aries, 49 minutes. And it is conjunct your south nodes in the 9th house. So we have to read all these different elements that I've just spoken about into interpreting your sun and the decan. So we know that, your sun is under 10 degrees of Aries, so we know it's in the first decan of Aries. First decan of Aries is ruled by Aries, and therefore the planet Mars. Wow. You are a go-getter. no question of it. You're a leader. You're not afraid to take action where needed, especially when it's action concerning you and what you want. Yeah, I would say this is a person that is looked at as a real true leader in this lifetime of yours, Natalie. Now, conjunct the South nodes. The South nodes, generally speaking, we speak to in this lifetime. It's something you know all about and you need to let go of and really look at the North nodes, which are down in your third house in Libra, or at least integrating the energies of a South node in Aries with the North nodes in Libra. So that's becoming more inclusive of other people when expressing your destiny path. Not just it's all about me, 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 to cast a look over at other people and say, well, I need to include this. Maybe more harmony in your life, better balance in your life. Certainly, I would say you're probably a very, very hard worker and very determined. So it could be something as you know, enjoying social events a little more instead of constantly putting energy into moving forward. Maybe not. Maybe you're doing that already anyway. In the 9th house, this also suggests that you love to travel. You like to initiate travel. You could even have something to do with, you know, putting together groups to travel. Foreign people, foreign things could be very part of your life too. And you would put a value and put energy into education, especially higher education. You may even be working in higher education too. And, you know, initiate maybe new initiatives within maybe the coursework or the different things that go on there. So we have the sun in the 9th house infused with Mars energies. We talked about, you know, you're very assertive, you believe in yourself, action-oriented. The other thing that, especially Mars with Aries, can indicate the military. So the military may have been either part of your life, maybe you were a military brat, maybe you were in the military, maybe you're still in the military. Probably not. I'm looking at your year here. You may be retired from the military. They can retire so early. But that may have been very much part of your life. And in fact, if you were involved in the military, that may have been what gave you all this discipline and belief in self, right? You could also, the 9th house is involved in, it's actually, the 9th house is involved in a lot of things. It can be the law. So you could also be an ardent representative and defender in the law, right? You could also be involved in publishing things, making decisions on what gets published, what doesn't. So all these things that I've mentioned could be part of who you are and what you do. But I really like the aspect of defending the rights of others legally as being sort of like a high-level combination of these energies. But anyway, let's just see what else we've got going on here. Excuse me. Seeing if any of the eclipses affected you at all. So we've had the eclipses in September in Pisces, and the next one's going to be in Virgo. So I'm just going to take a quick look to see if you have anything that might fall there. It doesn't look like you do, but it doesn't mean you won't be affected by certain things that happened in your chart as well, with other eclipses that might be coming up. I'm really was just focusing on the September time period as I'm making this, right? But you do have Jupiter that is going to be going into Leo. Now that's going to be next year. So I would say probably August time period. You're going to have lucky Jupiter in Leo. So this is August 2026, conjunct your ascendant, right? Your ascendant's at 8 degrees of Leo. That could be very fortunate for you in terms of bringing benefits to you, bringing in teachers, literally, or bringing in advisors for you that are very good for you. It could also be a time, because it's Leo, a new love comes into your life, if that's what you're looking for. There is an eclipse at 20 degrees of Leo, right around the 7th or so of August 2026. It's at 20 degrees. It's not too far off your Saturn. You can see your Saturn there right about 8 o'clock on the clock face. So there may be some commitment that you take on, some new commitment that's really important. Could be a love if you're looking for love. Could be children. Children are also aspected by Leo, but also a creative project could come in for you next year. That really helps you express your authentic self. All right, Natalie, take care. So next we're going to move on to Kari L. Kari, let's get you oriented here. So I'd like you to look at approximately the 4 o'clock position on your chart that you have in front of you. That is where your sun is at 2 degrees of Taurus, 42 minutes. It's not really conjunct anything directly. It's widely conjunct an asteroid called Sedna and widely conjunct your moon. So you were born not too far off a new moon when you were born. But it's not exact. So I am going to take it as, you do have your Mars at 2 degrees of Libra. Let me just see, I'm just going to go quickly through your chart here to see if there's anything. Yeah, I mean, you've got your Jupiter at 5 degrees over, mainly really kind of at the 10 o'clock position in the chart. Jupiter's at 5 degrees of Scorpio. I would say that that is opposite your sun. And so that's a very lucky placement to have. Working behind the scenes may be very important for you. Even kind of secret things could be important as well, because Jupiter is in that secret behind the scenes 12th house. Let's get back to your sun. So we know your sun is at 2 degrees. We know that it's less than 10 degrees, which is the first decan. So we know that your sun in Taurus is in the first decan of Taurus. Therefore, we know that Taurus does rule that first decan, and then that Venus is important. So it's like kind of getting a double dip of Taurus. And so Venus on top of your sun likes to make things nice. It softens any harder energies that are around it, and it's a big attractor energy. It attracts things in. So you may find that certainly in, let me just see what you were born. So you'll still be working at this point. And I would say that you may be very lucky getting jobs. And if you really don't work, it's things that you do day to day. Your 6th house does rule the things that you do day to day. Typically for most of us is going to be the job that we do. The 6th house is also health. So this gives you good, positive, robust health as well, especially with that Taurus influence. Yeah, I like that a lot. You could actually work in the beauty industry is what when I first looked at this with the Venus on top of the sun in the 6th house, I thought that you could be working in the beauty industry of some sort. But it also can extend to things like art and any form of art, especially expensive art, right? Taurus likes the good things in life. And so it could also go to good food, good wine, that sort of thing. So you could be involved in that for some reason. You may include females as part of this energy of what you do day to day. Real estate can fall in here too if you do that. And certainly Venus can represent money. And so you could make money through helping people with their money, right? So maybe giving advice to folks about money is part of your job too. But combined, I felt that this really said that, beauty, art, creativity are all very central to who you are. And that you're probably working in one of these areas, especially with a focus on women. The 6th house is also small animals. So this may be another area that you absolutely love. So the Venus says love and value. You love and value small animals. You may even be someone who looks after small animals as part of your job or your day-to-day activities. I'm just going to take a quick look at your chart to see if you've got the eclipses at all. Yeah, I mean, if you look at almost the 12 o'clock position, you can see 2 letters, M and C, on your chart. That MC stands for midheaven, and it's at 15 degrees of Virgo in your 10th house of career. And if you look in the opposite house, that would be the 4th house at the bottom, you see that your Venus is at 17 degrees of Pisces. So we can say that the eclipse that happened at 15 degrees of Pisces on the 7th of September not only conjuncted your Venus in the 4th house, but it opposed your midheaven in the 10th house, or bordering on the 10th house. So I would say that there was some probably big change in your career that came up. Now, because you've got an exact conjunction here of this 15 Pisces total full moon eclipse that happened on the 7th of September, this effect lasts for at least 6 months. So maybe you didn't have something come up right away. But certainly over the next 6 months, you may have something develop here where you may be changing up your home, maybe selling or even buying a home. A female may be prominent here in the sense that maybe you have a daughter or some family member that's a female, maybe have made a decision to leave the home, your home. But I'm thinking more that this might be you selling your home or buying a home, one or the other. Typically with the full moon, we'd be saying getting rid of, right? So that could be selling. But it could be related to, when we go back up there to the top of your chart by the MC, it could be related to you getting a whole new career or a whole new job, and you have to move as a result of it. Yeah. I mean, that's something to look forward to, right? New beginnings here for you. You do not have anything that's at the 29 degree of Virgo, but you do have your Mars, which is at 2 degrees of Libra. That's the next sign to Virgo. That eclipse that's happening on the 21st of September conjunct. So there may be some action that you take for a new start, and that action you take is around that eclipse on the 21st of September. Well, I wish you the best of luck, Kari. Take care. So Kelsey A, I'm going to orient you a bit. Kelsey A, I'd like you to look at approximately the 7 o'clock position in your chart that you have in front of you. And you can see that you have your sun at 5 degrees of Leo, 46 minutes. And it is conjunct, a little widely, but it is conjunct your Chiron. It is in the 3rd house. Because your sun is at 5 degrees of Leo and it hasn't reached the 10-degree marcation of a new decan, we know that your sun falls in the 1st decan of Leo. And that 1st decan of Leo is ruled by Leo. And the luminary that rules Leo, of course, is the sun. So this really emphasizes a lot of creativity in your life, a lot of you expressing your authentic self. Now, with that Chiron conjunct at 2, it suggests that maybe you weren't so much being your authentic self. I'm thinking maybe early in life, and it might still be affecting you. You were holding back from expressing your authentic self, maybe even expressing your artistic self as well. But this says that really it's you healing that energy of being authentic in this lifetime. And with a double dose of the sun in Leo on top of all that, you really need to be expressing your authentic self, probably creatively. And anytime this is aspected, so anytime you have some planet or luminary around that 5 degrees of Leo, it'll accentuate this and actually potentially bring something in here. Men might be important to you in your life. So the sun can represent men. Because you've got a double dose of that sun, I'm thinking men may be very important for you in terms of expressing your creative self. Now, the 3rd house, which is where this resides, really speaks to writing, any kind of communications of any sort. It does cover siblings and neighbors, any sales and commerce type thing. And short journeys. So it could be that you do something creative to heal people, maybe give them information about healing, that involves you to travel around maybe your state or your city. And that's what you might do. It also, though, says that you could write about being creative, write about things like expressing your authentic self. How do you do that? How do you heal yourself? Now, yeah, I'm thinking you probably lecture. Leo likes to be on the stage of life. They feel very comfortable about being in front of large or small audiences and dispensing information. And I think you probably give lectures to do with some aspect of health here, and a wounding of some sort as well. It also can suggest, because Leo is creative, you could get involved in maybe putting small courses together or teaching about healing through art. And if we extend the other meaning of Leo, which includes children, this could be a person who uses the modality of art to help children heal. Yeah, I really like that a lot. Now, one of the big things that you've got coming up for you, my dear, is, now, it's almost at the 6 o'clock position in the chart that you're looking at, and that would be Jupiter. So Jupiter, your natal Jupiter is at 20 degrees of Leo. Well, my dear, you've got a very, very important, not only eclipse coming up, but also a Mars influence here too. So you need to be paying attention to probably most of August next year, 2026. So it's around the 7th of August, we have a total new moon eclipse at 20 degrees of Leo conjunct your Jupiter. My goodness. This is going to bring either you becoming a teacher, you becoming an advisor of some sort, to do with creativity, to do with children, to do with being your authentic self. This could be a pinnacle point, August 2026, for you, Kelsey, to express your authentic self through some kind of creative endeavor. It's a new moon too eclipse. Now, the kicker with this one is that I'm not going to go into a lot of details about it. I will cover all this stuff, generally speaking, in videos as they happen, like my monthly videos. But we also have a Mars retrograde happening between January and May, now 2027. And that Mars goes direct at what degree of Leo? 20 degrees of Leo. So there's also something important for you for the first few months of 2027 regarding this third house and Jupiter. It could be any kind of information that you're putting together. Mars retrograde from January to May actually may present you with some kind of writing project that behind the scenes with the Mars, you're working hard at putting a writing project together, maybe having to get lots of input on it. But then in May, whoosh, it all moves forward. And whatever creative project you are working on, man, that's going to be really important for you because Mars will give you the energy now to push it forward. So watch what happens in August of 2026, because that's kind of the prelude to what's going to be happening at the Mars retrograde, or at least the area of your life. There may be some frustrations early on in 2027, but know that it will all end and you'll be able to move forward sometime after May 2027. I hope that helps. Take care, Kelsey. So let's move to Sana A. Sana A, this is an example of a chart with the Sun in Sagittarius. So let me orient you, Sana. Let's take a look at approximately the 2 o'clock position on the chart that you see in front of you. You can see that your Sun is at 2 degrees, almost 3 degrees of Sagittarius. Your Saturn is widely conjunct your Sun, but not exactly conjunct it. So we know that the first decan is the first 10 degrees. So we know that your Sun's at 2, almost 3 degrees. So that means that Sun falls in the first decan. And the first decan is actually ruled by Sagittarius, therefore by the planet of Jupiter. So this really imbues a very lucky, beneficial aspect for you speaking here with the Sun and Jupiter together. And then, of course, it's a double dose of Jupiter. In the 8th house, the 8th house is inheritance. A direct read of this would be that you will definitely benefit through other people's money, probably in the form of an inheritance. Certainly, you may have a lot of luck in investing in futures. I mean, Sagittarius talks about the future, right? Sagittarius talks about foreign people too and foreign things. So you may actually be involved in something like that as part of what you do. Maybe the money that you make is through helping other people invest their money in their future. And this could literally pan out in literal futures in the stock market, but it can also speak to, maybe even kind of like helping people plan out their financial life and putting things in place for them that make that happen for them. Yeah, I mean, the 8th house is also things like pensions, credit cards, mortgages. These could also be areas of your life that you help people plan things out for their future, right? A mortgage is usually for many years. It's also the psychological self, the 8th house. You could be somebody who is like a therapist who optimistically helps people navigate their future and to put a positive spin on it. Yeah, that could be there too. Sagittarius is also about travel. And so this is another aspect that you could be taking up, or an area of life that you could take up. You may even travel as a result of something to do with investments, something to do with credit cards, something to do with mortgages. Pensions even are ruled by this 8th house too. But certainly you have a very positive outlook on life, and people are attracted to you because of your positive outlook and the happiness that surrounds you, and how you see everything in a lens of a positive outcome. Now, when we look at that eclipse that's going to be coming up on the 21st of September, you don't have anything directly at 29 degrees. You do have, if you look at the 2 o'clock position, or actually it's more like 1 o'clock position in your chart, you do have an asteroid of marriage here. Now this is a new start. If you aren't married, it's possible that with that conjunction happening on the 21st of September this year, a new start could happen in either an existing marriage, or maybe marriage is your new start. Yeah. Let's see if you've got anything in Pisces. Yeah, you have your Jupiter at 13 degrees of Pisces. So that first eclipse that we had at 15 degrees of Pisces on the 17th, or the 7th rather, of September, conjuncted your Jupiter. Something very lucky may have happened for you. Maybe through a friend. It's in the 11th house. If you look at 11 o'clock position on your chart, your Jupiter conjuncts that full moon total eclipse at 15 degrees of Pisces. Luck could have come through joining a new group. You could become an advisor or teacher for a group of people, even friends. That could have happened around that time. If you have your own business, this is you attracting in money and benefits as a result of your own business. That's the other thing that the 11th house. But the 11th house also rules hopes, dreams, and wishes. So even though that was a total full moon eclipse that happened on the 7th September, you may have had some very lucky breakthroughs with regards to some kind of hope, dream, or wish either coming true, or there was a very good chance of things coming through as a result of what panned out for you around that time. Now, the effect can last up to 6 months. So maybe it hasn't happened yet. Maybe that's going to be initiated at that new moon on the 21st. But the effect lasts about 6 months. So if nothing's happened, don't think it can't happen. But certainly friends and groups you belong to could be very instrumental in making your dreams, hopes, and wishes come true. Take care, Sana. Cynthia O. Let's orient you. We'll orient you to around the 11 o'clock position in the chart that you're looking at, which is your natal chart. And you can see that your sun is at 6 degrees of Cancer, 26 minutes. It's widely conjunct your Mars out of sign in Gemini, and it's in the 11th house. Because it's at 6 degrees, almost 7 degrees of Cancer, and the first decan goes up to 10 degrees, we know that you're in the first decan of Cancer. First decan of Cancer is ruled by Cancer, and the luminary that rules Cancer, of course, is the moon. So you've got a double dip of being a very compassionate person, a very nurturing person, and a very caring person. Yeah, your family would mean a lot to you here. So we have that sun of yours in Cancer infused with the moon. So it also says, being in the 11th house, that friends are probably very nurturing to you. And you, in turn, are probably very nurturing and compassionate with your friends. They turn to you when they've got a problem. They turn to you when they need nurturing or compassion of some sort. You may focus on motherhood in your life, but you're certainly very emotionally connected to your friends, especially friends from your childhood. I would say you are one of those rare people who kept friends from childhood around because they mean so much to you. So this can indicate a person who literally can care for the wounds of other people. Maybe you're working in a compassionate profession where you help either metaphorically or literally help people recover from their wounds. That's what I'm thinking here. I'm just going to take a quick look at your chart to see what other things you have that may be affected by the eclipse we just had at 15 degrees of Pisces, or the one coming up on the 21st of September at 29 degrees of Virgo. Looking to see where your Pisces is. You don't have anything directly aspected by either of these eclipses. But you do have an eclipse next year coming up that will affect you. Now, if you look at approximately just above the 9 o'clock position in your chart, you will see that Venus is hanging out there at 21 degrees of Leo. We have a total new moon eclipse that's coming up at 20 degrees of Leo, and that's around the 7th or so of August next year, 2026. This falls in your 12th house. And so I suggest that there may be some kind of really new beginning that could be happening for you here that is related to things that are, under the auspices of Leo, but it's in the 12th house of a hidden house. Right off the bat, I thought this could be you falling in love with somebody, if that's up for you right now, or something you want, that is not available. 12th house is hidden house. It can't come out with stuff for whatever reason. So you could fall in love with somebody, but you can't bring it out into the open. And it could be something as simple as you work in different cities, you work in different countries even, that they're not available for some reason, or you're not available, right? Now, the other thing is this can represent certainly creative projects. And if that's the case, if that's what turns up, and any or all of these things that I'm mentioning could turn up, this is you working behind the scenes on a creative project of great importance. This also could, have children in the mix here, especially a female child may have to, say, go into a hospital-like setting for some reason. Maybe this is something like she has to get special care of some sort. Maybe something happened to her. She hurt her hand or her foot or something. She's got to go in for physical therapy, and you're going to have to take her in. But that's a new start for you, because the 12th house does rule things like hospitals. Not that you'll be going into hospital, but more than likely it's somebody that you have to help that has to go to a hospital. But it also is ashrams too. It is government offices. So those types of things could become important for you too. Those areas of hidden places could be up for you. But females could be important for you with that Venus there. And certainly you could be making money here too. Venus can represent making money through people valuing the authentic way you express your creative self. Now, the other thing that's going to happen with this degree point of 20 degrees Leo is that we're going to have a Mars retrograde from basically January to May 2027. So now we're talking another year where the Mars is going to be retrograde in both Virgo and Leo. But importantly, it goes direct at 20 degrees of Leo, activating that eclipse again that happened in August 2026, right? So all these time points are going to be important. I'm thinking maybe a creative project's going to come your way in August. And for whatever reason, you're going to be working hard on this between January and May of the next year, 2027. And you may have to go back and forth to get it right. There may be even a little delay. There may be frustrations with the Mars retrograde. But know that once May and beyond May happens in 2027, that creative project, if that's what it is that turns up, starts blooming full force once you get through the end of the Mars retrograde and it hits that again, the 20-degree mark of Leo. This could also represent a time when if it is a love relationship, boom, it moves forward in May of 2027. Good luck, Cynthia. So Michelle A, I'm going to orient you where your sun is. So your sun is almost exactly at the 9 o'clock position of a clock on your chart. You can see that it's at 27 degrees of Capricorn. It doesn't conjunct anything directly. I'm just taking a look here to make sure. Yeah. It does sextile your Jupiter, though, so that's a very lucky thing to have happen. Lucky opportunities can come through your career. You could have luck in your career. But we're talking about your sun here in most of this audio that I'm doing for you. So we know that the third decan of Capricorn starts at 20 degrees. So we know your sun's at 27. So we know that you're in the third decan of Capricorn. And the third decan of Capricorn is ruled by Virgo, and therefore the planet Mercury. So Mercury on top of your sun in Capricorn really places a lot of information on communications. This could be writing too, that you're serious about writing, or you do serious writing, right? That type of thing too. Or you speak about it or write about old things. Now, this could also generalize to old things that happen to old people, like arthritis and things like that. Bones could be involved here too. I'm just giving you some ideas, but it is in the 12th house. And so it does speak to you doing this either behind the scenes. You could be, say, working for a hospital or a government office where that's what you do. You do traditional writing about these things, right? You talk about, that's Mercury as well. You collect information about, especially important information. Virgo is information that's important. Maybe you have to shake out important information from, publications that you're looking at or big charts with all this information. You have to pick out the most important part of it, and that's what you do, but you do it behind the scenes. Yeah, the Capricorn part of it really puts a spin of traditional type things. You may also know the rules and regulations. So Saturn does rule Capricorn, so it adds an energy of that. Yeah, so the Capricorn part sun could have you working in a traditional organization, and you may write or speak for that organization. It's kind of like maybe you produce letters and speeches type thing, right? For the people higher up, but you stay behind the scene. But yeah, I write here too, you're the power behind the throne. And I felt that strongly when I looked at your chart. So let me just look at some other things that are happening in your chart, especially regarding potential, say, eclipses that are coming up. Yeah, I mean, you are going to be affected by a trine for that Virgo new moon eclipse that happens at 29 degrees of Virgo on the 21st of September this year, 2025, by trine. Now, the Virgo eclipse itself will fall in your 8th house. So you're going to have an 8th house, 12th house connection here. So both the 8th house and 12th house are kind of, hidden in some ways. So I'm thinking that you may get an opportunity here to, 8th house can be investments, right? I'm thinking also, let me just see your date of birth. Could you retire at this time? Because the 8th house can rule things like pensions and things like that, 401ks. You may be given a very unique opportunity to retire early, or to retire and have some kind of bonus given to you, or you get to access this money that you've been saving, or your investments, your 401ks, maybe you've got a pension too. That could be indicated here too, with you being born in 59. Yeah, I mean, also the 8th house with that new moon, it could be you take on a new mortgage. Right? 8th house rules mortgages and credit cards too. I mean, at its best, you, with your son, can decide, I want to get rid of all my debt, including my credit card debt. And you're given some new opportunity around the 21st of September to do that. Maybe people stepping in to help you with important information that you didn't have before. All right, we will leave it at that. I'll take one last look here. Take care of yourself, Michelle. Teresa B, or Theresa B, rather. Bonjour. So you've got your sun right up at the 12 o'clock position. If you look at your chart, Theresa, you can see that your sun is at 10 degrees, Gemini 42 minutes, in the 10th house of mainly your career. But it is social standing and reputation too, right? And so we know you're almost at 11 degrees, right, of Gemini. So that means that your sun falls in the second decan of Gemini, and that is ruled by the sign of Libra and the planet Venus. So Venus likes to attract in good things for you with regards to your career. Certainly if you're involved in writing as part of your career, anything to do with communications of any sort. That includes also talking to people, having to deal with, that's part of your job, is you talk to people and give them information. You've got good luck coming your way with Venus, because Venus attracts. What is Venus attracting for you? Potentially attracting money for whatever kind of communications you give. It can also bring in value of yourself as a result of what information you bring out in your career. Now, Gemini can also rule sales and commerce type things. So this, with the Venus on top, this makes you an excellent person to sell. You will have people attracted to what you have to say and the information you dispense. Certainly, if you speak, people will like to listen to you. You could also be involved in marketing or commercializing beauty products. So the Venus is the beauty products, the Gemini is commercializing and selling. And perhaps it's to women, because Venus can represent women too, right? Generally speaking, this just makes you be a very attractive person. People like to listen to what you say. People like to even read and enjoy what you have to say. So writing could be very much part of your likability and the information that you present. Certainly you would have a lot of friends. You put big value on having friends, right? The value is the Venus and the sun is in Gemini. Let me just take a quick look at, I'm taking a look at other people's charts just from other standpoints too. Let me see where your Virgo placements are to see if you might have anything affecting you. Nope, you don't have Virgo placements. What about the Pisces? The Pisces is too far off. Yeah, I mean, you do have, if you look at the approximately the 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock position in your chart, your 5th house has Saturn at 29 degrees of Capricorn. And certainly that eclipse at 29 degrees of Virgo on the 21st of September this year, 2025, it trines that. So the eclipse itself falls in your 1st house, and it trines your Saturn in the 5th house. I mean, certainly if you are looking at, I'm thinking taking on a responsibility or getting serious with a love. There could be a serious, maybe older person that's Capricorn come in for you at that eclipse on the 21st of September, if that's something that you want. Yeah, I mean, the 5th house is also children, creative projects and that. So the 1st house is everything about you and everything around you. So you could be having some favorable opportunity in any of these areas. A creative project could come in of serious contention, in the sense that it's a really good project that you can sink your teeth into, could come in at that time. Maybe something you've been waiting for a long time. And it may help express your authentic self. Children could come in the mix here, but in a positive way as well. Maybe they're going to take on a new responsibility that affects you directly. Well, that could be someone gives birth to a child, I guess, right? Something like that. Yeah, I'm just thinking what I think of this. I think, to me, it's a serious opportunity here of great import to do something creative. Whether it's creative with you and your project, or with children and creativity. It could also be a time, too, where you decide you want to set your own business up. The 5th house can represent your own business, and you get serious about it. Take care, Teresa. Hi, Lottie. Hope you're doing well. So, Lottie S. Let's get you oriented here to where your sun is. So your sun is approximately the 2 o'clock position as you're looking at your chart. You can see that it is conjunct your Chiron. So healing of some sort, or health of some sort, especially dispensing information, is going to be important to you as a person. It does fall in your 8th house. The 8th house, generally we talk about the 8th house as a money house. So you may somehow get involved in the money part of whatever you're doing, as well as investments. So that's investments too. It's a psychological house as well. But I'm thinking this is more, I think you getting involved in the potential day-to-day activities of finances with regards to some kind of commercial or sales venture that helps with healing. Now, I kind of know what you do already because we've spoken. But the other side of what you could be doing is with this Gemini can be a writer and just straight out communicator, including presenting, right? And so I think that's the other side of this, is saying that you could probably be a good therapist. That's what I'm thinking. You could help people heal their minds, because the 8th house is the psychological self, right? So that's another setup for you. I'm not saying you want to do that. I think that this just confirms is kind of what you're doing. I don't know exactly your position in the company you're in, but I do know it's healing, right? The product you're working on is healing, but this speaks to you being able to produce information about it, commercialize it, and maybe even sell. So it may be that aspect of the business you're involved in. And if it is, this is a great setup for you to give you a lot of positive help here. Now, the sun is just beyond the first decan. So we know that sun in Gemini falls in the 2nd decan. And of course, that would then be ruled by the sign of Libra and the planet Venus. This is great good luck for you to have that Venus on top of that sun, as well as Chiron. So this attracts in energy that takes away any of the rough edges. Like just say that you're in the sales and commerce side of your company. Having Venus on top of all that makes you like the best salesperson ever, right? Because Venus attracts. So what's Venus attracting in? Positive energy that you speak or write about to do with healing. So this is a beautiful setup for that type of thing. People are going to be attracted to what you say and probably what you write. And this could equate for money as well, right? With the 8th. You could benefit greatly here by, I'm thinking shares. If you can get shares in the company that you work in, man, that could be worth a lot to you in the end. It certainly pulls in a lot of good luck and benefits regarding any investments that you make. And I'm talking generally speaking here, as well as, say, the company you work for. Speaking could be off the charts for you too. You could literally be a speaker. You could be a speechwriter, right? Because the 8th house is kind of also in the background. It's not necessarily something that's out in front of everybody. So these are other things that you could have done, or you could do, should you choose to. But certainly Venus also makes you attractive, literally attractive, but it also has people attracted to you. It softens anything that you may say. You'll speak with, you'll have this sort of golden tongue where people will like people will believe what you have to say. I mean, can't go wrong with something like that. I guess just with great power comes great responsibility. But I know you're a really good person, and that's not something for you to worry about. Let me just take a look at the rest of your chart to see what else might, especially with the eclipses, that might be coming up for you. We had the Pisces eclipse that's already gone past at the 15 degree of Pisces. We've got the Virgo new moon coming up at 29 degrees of Virgo. Let me just see if you've got anything at 29. Yeah, I mean, you've got your part of fortune. If you look up around the 10 o'clock position in your chart, Lottie, you can see that you've got your part of fortune there at 29 degrees. Hey, some kind of good luck is going to come to you at that eclipse. Now, it does fall in your 11th house. This typically would be through friends or groups that you belong to. But the 11th house is also hopes, dreams, and wishes. You may have tracked in some very good luck here for a new start with regards to maybe a hope, dream, or wish that you have may come true. Now, the effect of this good luck is going to be for at least 3 months. Yeah. All right, Lottie, take care. Christopher T, let me orient you to your chart. You have your sun at 22 degrees of Pisces, and it's approximately at the 2:30 position in your chart, 2 o'clock, 2:30. Yeah, the 22 degrees of Pisces. Now that conjuncts your part of fortune and widely conjuncts your south nodes in the 7th house. Well, hey, right off the bat, even before we look at your decans, we know that it's important for you to have, a partnership, a serious partnership like a marriage that feeds you. Now, we know that it's at 22 degrees, your sun. The last decan, the 3rd decan in Pisces, is starting at 20. So we know that your sun falls in the 3rd decan of Pisces. And we know that that 3rd decan of Pisces is ruled by Scorpio, and therefore the planet Pluto. Wow. This is extremely powerful position here of Pluto, not only on top of your sun, but also on top of your part of fortune. Yeah, I mean, you could gain great power here with regards to spiritual type work, compassionate. This makes you very compassionate. In fact, it almost speaks to you transforming yourself, but other people, right? 7th house is other people, transforming them through this compassion that you have, the spirituality that you have, the true understanding. It's like the empathy and sympathy combined of really reading someone, really understanding where they're at, right? Yeah. So this could be a person who is a therapist. I mean, maybe there's a big spiritual aspect of this. Certainly, if you are a therapist, this gives you enormous amounts of compassion that can help transform people's lives. Now, the only caution I would say with this position is that, you don't want to be all consumed by doing this. You don't want to be that super compassionate person with all the empathy and sympathies and giving that out 24/7 and not turning some of that inward to yourself. So anything really, to be honest, to do with Pisces, especially sun or moon in Pisces, there has to always be care about giving too much and on an extreme end, becoming a martyr. Got to watch out for that type of thing, right? Make sure you're taking care of yourself. And maybe even having other people take care of you too. You could also be a person that has a business partnership that's very powerful, and you are involved in transformational type things, maybe spiritual oriented, but it could also be a charity here too, or a 401c type situation as well. But certainly you could also attract in a marriage partner that also is very transformational for you. In fact, it may be a give-take where you transform them, they transform you in an extremely powerful way. could also pull in, very luckily, a soulmate with this position too. Now, the other thing that Pisces is involved with is anything to do with music, music writing, playing music, also dance and sculpture as well. So we're kind of looking at the arts here, right, to some extent. So you may also do this. You may also produce transformational music, transformational dance, and maybe music and dance not only transforms you, but you can transform other people. Now, if we bring in this aspect of therapy or being a therapist, this could be you using dance and or music to help people transform their psychological selves. Now, the other thing Pisces can deal with, if we're talking about a profession, is also, anyone that deals with people who have bad habits. Like, for instance, somebody who abuses drugs. You could be the person that helps transform that person's life. But it could be any aspect of habits that are not healthy for us, right? I'm going to take a quick look at your chart from potentially an eclipse standpoint and see if there's anything that stands out for me here for you. Yeah, I mean, you've got the Pisces eclipse at 15 degrees of Pisces that happened on the 7th of September, 2025, does conjunct your south nodes. So that, and it was a full moon, total full moon eclipse. You may have let go of something, a way of doing something in all the things that I just spoke about, transforming people, putting huge transformational energy into helping people in their spiritual lives, maybe helping people get out of very bad habits. You may have let go of something to do with that. Let me just see your age here. Yeah, you may be, I'm not saying you would necessarily be retiring yet, but maybe you have put something in place where you're not working so hard, that you're letting go of being so involved. Maybe you're going to work part-time or work 3 days a week instead of 5 days a week in the job that you're doing or that you're working in. Or all the effort you put into the compassion for other people, you're just pulling back a bit. And that might have been a signal at that on 7th of September for you. It would be healthy for you if you did do that, by the way. Your moon's at 23 degrees of Virgo, not quite conjunct that next new moon eclipse that's at 29 degrees. But if you think about it, the moon, as it makes its way to the eclipse, will conjunct your both your ascendant as well as your moon, more importantly. So there may be a mild effect of this eclipse at 29 degrees of Virgo where it does affect you. And it may bring in some important information for you. There may be some kind of service-oriented thing that may come up as a new activity for you. But I'm thinking more importantly, important facts may come up for you that's important for you, maybe to do with what you let go of at the beginning of the month, right? That's what I'm thinking. Okay, just looking quickly here, what else you've got. Yeah, I mean, there is an eclipse, a pretty important eclipse. So this is next year I'm talking about like that first week of August 2026 is at 20 degrees of Leo. Now, you don't have anything at 20 degrees of Leo. It does fall in your 12th house, but it does beautifully trine your Neptune in the 4th house. I'm just thinking that August 2026 could represent a time that you get an opportunity to, have a total new start in either your family, your mother, but I'm thinking more importantly to do with a home. And you may even get the opportunity next August to acquire a home in a foreign country. That's Sagittarius, right? That's what's being activated. And it's a very spiritually oriented home, probably by water. Something to look forward to, right, Christopher? Take care. So Randi H, let's orient you to your sun in your chart. If you look at the 9 o'clock position in the chart you're looking at, your natal chart, you will see that your sun is at 28 degrees of Libra. Libra is a beautiful place to have your sun. It does conjunct your ascendant out of sign at 1 degree of Scorpio. And it also conjuncts your Neptune up there at 27 degrees of Libra. So what decan does this sun fall in? Well, because it's after 20 degrees, which is the start of the third decan, we know that that sun falls in the third decan of Libra. That third decan of Libra is ruled by Gemini and the planet Mercury. So Mercury is going to be infusing not only your sun, but especially your Neptune, which is shown above that 9 o'clock position, and then the Ascendant, which is just below your sun at 9 o'clock in Scorpio. Big emphasis on communication here. Potentially you are a writer or you're involved in writing for whatever reason. I would say also a big communicator, collecting a lot of information as part of what you do. You could be involved in, I'm thinking, the legal profession, but maybe from a compassionate standpoint. Maybe you represent people who need help in the legal profession. They need compassion, right? That Neptune there, you've got conjunct your sun with Mercury on top of it, is you communicating compassionately with those people who need help with the legal profession, and that you indeed are involved in the legal profession or involved with laws of some sort. This can also be a diplomatic position, so this could be you as a mediator. That type of role could also be here, where you have great compassion, sympathy, and empathy for people, and people gravitate towards that. And with the Ascendant conjunct there, it kind of really puts an emphasis on that type of activity. Certainly you like to be in harmonious situations, so that would be your home has to be harmonious. You emanate, I want things to work out here for everybody. Now, the only caution I would say with that Libra wanting things to turn out for everybody and keeping harmony everywhere is that you can take care of everybody else and bend to social rules when maybe you should be bending to what you want. I always say that when there's a big influence of Libra in somebody's chart. Doesn't mean you're not doing that already. It just says that certainly early on in life, you may have had a predisposition to doing what you felt society wanted you to do. Hopefully you've changed some of that, but it does make you a very harmonious type person, generally speaking. Now, you've got that sun in the 12th house. So this is really having you work behind the scenes. You're not really out there in the open, right? And so this can also suggest maybe addictions is something that you work on, and maybe diplomacy with regard to that, but maybe also what are the laws that apply to addictions. I'm thinking the 12th house, hidden house, hospitals. Could you be an addictions counselor? That would be very apropos for all this setup, every single thing that I looked at. But it could also be a person who's a yoga instructor or somebody who works in an ashram to be very compassionate, to have people get back in harmony, right? That's the Libra part of it. I put other things in here for you too. This could have you working in HR department, but in a mediator-like role. And with the layer of Mercury on top of it, maybe you write the SOPs, or you bring out what are the rules and regulations here. Yeah, I mean, you could also be a teacher in the metaphysical world, because it's that 12th house that's being aspected here, right? Where you help people from a spiritual standpoint and a compassionate standpoint balance their lives, right? Maybe even help clear up cluttered lives, or help people be cleared up from their addictions. That can also be here too. But don't forget to have compassion for yourself too, Randi, as well. I'm going to take a quick look to see maybe if any eclipses are affecting your chart, just as a final activity. So we had the Pisces. Nope. How about Virgo? Let's see. Yeah. You don't have any direct things affecting you with regards to the eclipses in September. You do have a lot of Leo, though. in your chart, even though you're a Libra. So you may be affected by that eclipse that's coming up. This is next year, so it's early August 2026. There's a total new moon eclipse at 20 degrees of Leo. You could have something happen with regards to your career. This falls in your 10th house, and look at all the things that you've got in Leo, right? Including your midheaven. Now, the closest thing that eclipse at 20 degrees of Leo conjuncts in your chart is your Jupiter. And so there could be some lucky thing that comes your way. Could you become a teacher? Could you become a teacher and you start speaking? You go out and speak and express things to the world. Could you in some way become maybe even famous? You know, famous can be big, famous can be small, because Leo does rule that type of thing, right? Famous people, famous things. So maybe you're going to have some element of fame come in August, because that's falling in the 10th house with regards to whatever your career is that you do. It's brought out for everybody to see, and you get people contacting you because they like what you do. They like your work. Certainly if and teaching could be big. You could become a big teacher here that's recognized. So, I would just say if you were my client, I would say, make sure whatever you're doing now, this is September 2025, that it leads up to you being, worthy of accepting that position that may be coming your way in August 2026. I'm sure you will be worthy. You've got lovely setup of your sun here and other planets that are always looking for balance and harmony. Take care, Randi. Lisa R. Let's orient you to your chart that you see in front of you and where your sun is. Look to approximately the 5 o'clock position. It's more like 4:30, but let's just say 5 o'clock position, where your sun is at 9 degrees of Scorpio, 24 minutes in the 5th house. Beautiful place to have your sun. Now, we know that it's not quite at 10 degrees, your sun, so we know that it falls in your 1st house, because the 1st house is between 0 and 10 degrees. So the 1st decan, where your sun falls, is ruled by Scorpio, and therefore ruled by the planet of Pluto. So this puts an extra bit of energy regarding Scorpio and Pluto in your natal chart. And so we have that Pluto as a layer on top of your sun. This says to me that you are highly creative, that you can take something and transform it. And when I first looked at this, I had this image of two things. First of all, sculpture, any type of sculpting pieces of information. I guess it could also be woodworking for that matter. But it's like taking something and making something absolutely beautifully creative. But it can also be taking paints or anything akin to a paint and making beautiful art out of it, right? Now, you could also say that this could be in anything to do with creativity. Maybe you are taking clothing, beautiful pieces of cloth, and making something of it too. Certainly, Scorpio rules very spiritual things. It affects you psychologically as well. So there may be an element of psychology surrounding the creative work that you do. And maybe this, especially in Scorpio, could have you being very creative in how you transform people's psychology. So this could be a psychologist. I mean, just the Scorpio part of the sun in Scorpio can lend itself to it. But having Pluto there too says you have the ability and energies to help people transform their psychological lives. Maybe even further than that, transform their deeply spiritual lives. So you may bring in spirituality to help people transform their psychological self, right? That's the primary energies that are turning up here. But children are also part of that 5th house. You may have a focus on helping people like children transform who they are, transform maybe their psychological inner workings through creativity, maybe even as art. Now, Pluto will give you a lot of determination and persistence. So you're not somebody that can be pushed around. On a negative side, you could take things personally and get, a situation where you can't let things go. So Pluto can put this kind of energy of, at its worst, obsessiveness, compulsiveness, that type of thing on top of your sun. And, we all have our weaknesses. But on the positive side, Pluto gives you great power. And what kind of power is that? Gives you great power through yourself to help people transform their psychological self. That's a big thing here. Utilizing creativity. For sure, you are always going to want to express your creative self. That's going to be important. And your authentic self. That's an important, almost core value that you have of yourself. So this says also that sometimes you can take yourself a little too seriously. There's nothing wrong with taking yourself too seriously, I don't think. But it just also says the other aspect that this fifth house covers is two other things. Having fun. So I would say with this setup, you may have difficulty letting go of things that you're focusing on and just for the sake of it having fun. So I would encourage you to make sure you have a calendar that at least has odd spots here and there where you absolutely just have fun and come off the deep transformative energy with other people. But this is also the house of true love. And for sure, Lisa, you can attract in a transformational love, no question of it. Especially if you keep an eye on inner planets that are going to be conjuncting that sun. So you want inner planets that are conjuncting around 9-10 degrees of Scorpio. That could be trigger points for if you're looking for, say, a new love coming into your life. I'm going to take a quick look at your chart with regards to the eclipses that are happening this month, September 2025 and beyond, and see if you've got anything here that might be activated. So the first eclipse that we had on the 7th of September was at 15 degrees of Pisces. And you haven't got an exact, but you do have an influence here, especially of your Chiron. And to a wider extent, you have your Saturn. So there may have been an opportunity for you to heal some old wounds at that full moon in Pisces. That 7th of September may have been a watershed, maybe it's a whole week, a watershed week of you letting go of old wounds that have been festering. That's just a straight off. I mean, the other thing that this could bring up is maybe you completing some advanced degree of some sort that has to do with compassion, spirituality, charity of some sort. It could have a psychological bent too, but there may have been something that you were doing in a university setting. That's the 9th house too, right? The other thing that this, and I'm getting this as an intuitive hit, did you publish something or get the green light to publish something that does represent maybe something that you've had as a wound around you that you can now let go of? It's like putting it in a package and letting it go down the river, right? Far, far away from you. The other eclipse is at 29 degrees of Virgo. You do not have anything at 29 degrees Virgo, but you do have, by sextile, at around the 4 o'clock position in your chart, your Mercury at 29 degrees of Scorpio. So that new moon eclipse at 29 degrees of Virgo on the 21st of September 2025 beautifully sextiles your Mercury in the 5th house. Well, you may receive a communication that helps you start something new. Start something new to do with your love life. Start something new to do with your creative project. Maybe it's you announcing that you're starting your own business or starting another business. It could involve some very deep communications here because this is in Scorpio. Your Mercury is in Scorpio. Maybe an exchange of some important information. Maybe you are given an opportunity to provide a service of some sort that is tied in with what you do. And I suspect somehow you're involved with healing the psychological mind. in a creative way. All right, take care, Lisa. Cassie G. Let me orient you to your chart. Look at the chart in front of you. We want to look at approximately the 9 o'clock position. That is where your sun is, at 24 degrees, Taurus, 26 minutes. And we know that the third decan of any sign starts at 20 degrees. And so we know that your sun falls in the third decan of Taurus, which is ruled by Capricorn and the planet Saturn. So this gives you a seriousness with regards to anything that you do. You may be a person who's very creative. You may have something to do with dealing with older things, maybe specifically older people, where you have to carefully build something for them as part of what you do. Now, that Saturn can also give you ideas, say, from your father. Your father may have influenced you directly in some way, hopefully positively. But old people or things that affect older people may be very much part of who you are. So you have your sun in the 12th house. This is certainly representing hidden places like hospitals, but it's also ashrams. It is government offices as well. And I'm thinking that could you work in an old people's home as part of what you do? You help put maybe a steadiness of some sort into their lives. Taurus is very steady. It likes to get things done in a methodical way. Maybe that's what you've got to do, is methodically work in maybe a long-term care facility, could be here, but it could be a hospital situation as well. And I mean, even as a direct translation of Saturn, Saturn rules Capricorn, which rules bones. Could you be involved in setting bones that are broken in a hospital? I'm teaching you a little bit about astrology at the same time here too. Certainly you work behind the scenes. That's what this refers to. And Saturn, of course, brings that seriousness to what you're doing. So you're a serious person. You like the traditional ways as well, and whatever you are doing requires you to use traditional methods. But Taurus is also about art and the good things in life too. So you may have something, may work behind the scenes to put those types of things together too. It can also be real estate as well. In fact, you may even have a green thumb. You may even be known for the expertise that you have with that green thumb of yours. The 12th house also rules the metaphysical world. So this can speak to, with the Saturn on top, you becoming or being recognized as an expert in the metaphysical world. And this can cover anything, including yoga as well, by the way. So this could be the yoga instructor who operates behind the scenes and takes her position very seriously. I'm just going to look at your chart to see if any of the eclipses in September or beyond affect your chart, just kind of as a little tie-up for you. So Pisces eclipse that was on the 7th of September 2025 was at 15 degrees of Pisces. Now, that fell in your 10th house and was not far off your Jupiter. So we're looking at not quite the 12 o'clock position. In between 11 and 12 o'clock is your Jupiter at 17 degrees of Pisces, almost 18. So this says that, yes, indeed, that full moon eclipse, which is a total eclipse, affects your Jupiter and the 10th house. So this says to me, there was some kind of big spotlight put on, maybe even a letting go of something to do with your career. Now, the Jupiter part of it can speak to teachers. And I saw this could go one of two ways. It could be you deciding you don't want to be a teacher anymore, right? But it can also say that you've become a teacher. Maybe you were taking on some kind of certification of some sort, and that eclipse, the full moon, ended the certification to be a teacher. So this could be, that's what happened. You became a teacher. Jupiter can also represent things like travel, but it is in the 10th house. So it would be you traveling for work ends, especially say if you were traveling for work overseas, working with foreign people, that ends, or ended rather, on the 7th of September. The other eclipse is going to be coming up on the 21st of September 2025, and that's at 29 degrees of Virgo. And so I'm going to take a quick look here to see what you have. You don't have anything direct at 29 degrees that directly affects your sign. Let me just see if the Aries does anything. Just hold on a second here. Just looking. Give me a couple seconds here to take a look for you. I mean, your sun is at 24 degrees of Taurus. So there's a wide trine there with that 29 degree Virgo eclipse. The 29th of Virgo falls in your 4th house. It's a mild aspect because it's so wide, but there could be some new change in your home. Could you be getting a new rental unit? Could you be buying a house? That affects you directly. Yeah, I mean, you could, I'm thinking renting or buying a home could be in the mix for you with that eclipse in the 21st, if that's what you're looking for, as it, beautifully trines your sun widely. Taking a look at other things here. Yeah, I mean, I'll just leave it to say that you've got Pluto in your 9th house. And just leave you with this thought or idea. So the 9th house is up there around the 1 o'clock position. You don't have anything in there specifically. But, Pluto in the 9th house is a great place to have Pluto. This is transforming, what has meaning in life for you. So you may have a lot of transformational things come in for you, Cassie, that helps you transform that area of your life where you get more meaning in life, right? But it can also mean that you may also, if you're interested in taking up, say, advanced education, it could be a time that you do that and it transforms your life. So it's all about transforming that 9th house. It could also be travel transforms you too. If you're interested in traveling, foreign people of any sort, foreign lands could transform your life too here. All right, I'm going to leave you with that. Take care, Cassie. So Odile G. You have your sun up in your 10th house. So that's almost at the 12 o'clock position, not quite. It's like 11:30 if you look at your chart in front of you. And it's at 10 degrees 55, almost 11 degrees of Taurus. So we know that it falls in the 2nd decan of Taurus. The 2nd decan of Taurus is ruled by Virgo and the planet Mercury. So we have now communications, writing potentially, over your sun in the 10th house. This speaks to the writer that has the patience and wherewithal to take their time to produce something worthwhile in terms of writing. But it is also the communicator too. Two things. You could be a speech writer or write things for someone above you, for instance. That could be in the mix here with that Mercury on top of your sun conjunct your midheaven. That MC that you see to the left of your sun is the midheaven where we make announcements. And so, or where other people that don't necessarily know you well see you. So you could be in front of the public for some reason. Now this could be something like you sell beauty products. Venus rules Taurus. And so these could be you are in sales or marketing of some sort with regards to beauty products and or products that are related to females, right? This could generalize too to the good things in life. So this could also translate into wine, luxury luxury items of any sort, food, restaurants that are like 4-star Michelin stars. Also, clothes could be in the mix here too, right? Anything that's got a luxury end of it. You could be involved in the sales and commerce side of that as a profession. Whether you do or not, you have the ability to do it, is what this says. Especially as other people. This could be somebody who writes for Wine Spectator. Thinking that would be a direct connection here with the sun in Taurus, Mercury on top of it, and then the midheaven. That type of thing too. Certainly you have the ability with the Virgo influence there on Mercury to collect important information as part of your job. That maybe methodically you've got to collect information that's important, maybe from like huge charts or journal articles. You've got to pick out the important things, and that's part of what you do is your job. Women may be important to you too, because Venus does rule Taurus as well. So you may have to work with women for whatever it is that you do. Yeah, and I say, if you read what I say here on the right, it says that too. I mean, Mercury also likes to socialize a bit. In Virgo, not so much. It likes to socialize with people that are that have some value of some sort, that mean something. Whereas if it was in Gemini, it would be, I just like to gather friends and have socializing and have fun. But it does suggest that you could have, certainly with the influence of Mercury there, that you have to socialize as part of your career. All right, I'm going to look at the rest of your chart to see if any other eclipses, either this month in September 2025 or beyond, are going to be affecting you. And yes, indeed. If you look down here to the 7 o'clock position, Odile, you'll see that your south nodes are at 29 degrees of Virgo. And that exactly conjuncts that upcoming new moon at 29 degrees of Virgo on the 21st of September. Now, it's pretty close. It's out of sign, your Taurus, or your Uranus, rather, at 0 degrees of Libra. But wow, it's right in there. So this suggests to me that something surprising is going to happen to you regarding letting go of something. Now, the letting go may be a source of income, but it could be, and you've got Jupiter there not far off at 26 degrees too. This is a surprising, unexpected. Now, the surprising, unexpected, Odile, maybe you decide to let go of some something that you've been doing that you say, I've had enough of this. I don't want to do this anymore. I want to do something different here. Now, this could refer to something Virgo-like. Maybe you've been in the service profession and you do not want to do that anymore. It could be to do with you were collecting information, important information, and maybe dispensing factual information, maybe even collecting some important information about health. But you're going to be letting go of that. With the letting go refers to the south nodes, that what we are supposed to let go of, or putting a new spin on what you were doing, say regarding health, making money through health. Maybe you're going to take up some enlightened way. Uranus on top of all that could be enlightened, right? I would say either you're going to be receiving a communication, and this could be through, like, you see a job out there that you like, that helps you further what you're doing in the job you are, and you decide to change something up and take on this new path, but you have to let go of something. So the idea is what's going to happen here is you have to let go of something that you're earning money on and embrace something new. And this could be something to do with health, either your health or some health initiative. Maybe you're just going to apply for a new job within the company that you're working on, but you've got to let go of something as a result of it. And it may not be a hard thing for you to do. I mean, you've got Jupiter there too, which is going to be bringing you good luck and benefits. Yeah, I mean, maybe you're going to get a promotion, or you can see that you get a promotion, but you've got to let go of something. Maybe you're now going to have to step up into a leadership role, and you're no longer just, a cog in the wheel. You're going to have to lead somehow. That might be part of what happens here too. Now that Jupiter conjunct that whole situation could also be you're now viewed as an advisor or teacher, or the role that you're going to take in earning this income is going to be more teacher or advisor oriented. Yeah. All right, let me just take another complete look here. Yeah, the other thing, yeah, your ascendant is at 25 degrees of Leo. So in this lifetime, Odile, you're supposed to be expressing your authentic self through some kind of creative type activity. We've got an eclipse coming up next year in August 2026 at 20 degrees of Leo. So you may find yourself in August next year, and it's a total new moon eclipse, being given some absolutely fantastic creative project that's going to be very good for you. It's going to make things new. It's a new start for you in August with that eclipse. So that's August 2026. This can also bring in a new love for you as well. That's the other thing that Leo represents too. It also represents children. Could be some new start with regards to children for some reason. But creativity is kind of at the top of the charts and expressing yourself creatively with Leo. And hey, you just may have some new opportunities to have fun. It's not an exact. Yours is at 25 degrees and the eclipse is at 20. You may just have some awesome opportunities in August 2026 to have a lot of fun. Hopefully it's with children and maybe a new love. Sounds good to me. Take care, Odile. Cathy K. Cathy, your sun, as you look at your chart, is up around the 11 o'clock position, not 11 o'clock, 1 o'clock position. It's just after 12. It's in between 12 and 1 o'clock position there at 22 degrees of Cancer. It is conjunct your widely your part of fortune and widely your Venus in the 9th house. So we know that the third and final decan in Cancer starts at 20 degrees. Your sun's at 22. So we know 22 degrees is in the third decan of Cancer. That is ruled by Pisces and the planet Neptune. So on top of your sun, you have the influence of the planet Neptune. This makes you a very spiritual person, very compassionate person. You may actually like traveling on the water. Maybe you're a sailor. That's a direct translation here, right? The 9th house can represent travel, and Neptune can represent the water. The 9th house also represents higher education, including maybe working in a university. It can literally represent foreign people and foreign places. It's publishing, and it is the law. Now, with your Cancer part of it, it brings in a lot of compassion in all these areas. It brings in a nurturing energy to all these areas too. Yeah, I'm thinking, and I put some of this in writing here too. This can also refer, because we've got that influence of foreign people and foreign lands, and we've got your Cancer nurturing and compassion. This could be somebody who does work with people who are something akin to a refugee, someone having to, maybe you work at UNESCO, maybe you work in United Way, a 50C type organization, charity organization that helps people in these difficult situations. Certainly I can say, as you do something like that, Cathy, good luck will come your way and benefits. And that's the influence of that part of fortune next to your sun and Venus next to that. Yeah, with this big lineup though of Cancer, I always say this to people who've got a lot of Cancer in their charts, you know, although you really do want to give and nurture people and have compassion, you also have to remind yourself that you also have to have compassion for yourself and nurture yourself too. And that's an ongoing theme, Cathy, for you, that you have to take care of yourself too, right? not everybody else. But that's what this seems to spell out for me. Certainly you could be a teacher, for instance, that helps people understand the plights of people who are not so advantaged as us, like refugees. You could just be somebody who, speaks in a university setting or advanced education setting about spirituality, about what that means. What does spirituality really mean? Neptune, kind of like Jupiter, can also be philosophical as well as religious. So there may be an element of religion and philosophy that's involved in your life as well. That might be involved in teaching that. All right, I'm going to look at other parts of your chart to see if any other eclipses either this month, September 2025 or beyond, affect you. And yeah, all right, so your moon is at almost 20 degrees of Pisces. It's a wide conjunction, but the eclipse that we had at 15, almost 16 degrees of Pisces does form a wide conjunction with your moon in the 5th house. So we could have had at the around the 7th of September this year, 2025, some emotional event coming to a conclusion. I'm thinking maybe an emotional event regarding maybe one of your children had a child. Maybe one of your children got married. More than likely, it would be one of them had a child. I'm thinking that. And it was a very spiritual type thing that happened here. But hey, the other thing is, if you were looking for a soulmate or someone that you could really connect with on a deep, compassionate, spiritual level, you may have been introduced to somebody around that 7th September, because this falls in the 5th house of true love. Creative projects are also the 5th house, Cathy. And so maybe you were given an opportunity for a creative project regarding a compassionate energy, maybe a creative project that you mixed a spiritual compassionate like type thing in the actual project. This, the 5th house also rules your own business. So, and with your moon there, you may have made that emotional decision that even though it was a full moon, that you're tired of thinking about it and you want to end the thinking and plotting and planning and you just want to start your business. That you made the decision. You may not have officially started your business on the 7th, but you may have set up your own spiritual business, maybe metaphysical business of some sort. I made that decision at that time too. You do have your Uranus at 25, almost 26 actually, degrees of Virgo. And you do have an asteroid beside it. I believe that's Ceres. It's not an exact conjunction with the 29 degrees, but it is close by. So you may have something unexpected, some unexpected information come through friends or groups that you belong to. Now, that 11th house also represents your hopes, dreams, and wishes. So you may also have an opportunity to see a new start here regarding your hopes, dreams, and wishes. Well, let's go back down to this 5th house, which is about a 4 o'clock position. That first eclipse that happened on the 7th of September, you may have decided to let go of the thinking and the planning for a business and said, I got to start this business soon. And you decide to pick the 21st of September, where Uranus conjuncts it, your natal Uranus. And you make this unexpected announcement that you're going to start your own business. And that's what that represents. That eclipse, the new moon, represents the new start in your own business. That would be a good way of using this, by the way. And with Saturn involved in both these eclipses, there could be longevity and durability associated with those decisions. Now, nicely, your ascendant here at approximately the 8 o'clock position is at 29 degrees of Scorpio. So we know for sure there's an exact sextile with that new moon on the 21st of September in Virgo with your ascendant. So something's up with you. What do you want to start that's new here? And certainly Scorpio does rule things that are, deep. It has a spiritual element. It also has a psychological element here too. So I would say that something's up for you. I'm thinking this is a new initiative in spirituality that you're going to see manifesting in September at that eclipse on the 21st of September. It's some kind of new start, whatever new start you want to make here, because it's on your ascendant, right? The ascendant kind of rules everything about you, everything around you, just as the first house does too. All right, take care, Cathy. So, Christina S. Your sun is at 5 degrees of Aquarius, and it's around the 11 o'clock position if you look at your chart from a clock standpoint. It widely conjuncts your Mars in Aquarius as well. So it says that you certainly have great activity intellectually. You're probably a big thinker, always thinking about something, maybe even scientific things outside the box. You may even be a humanitarian working with groups in humanitarian initiatives, and may have many friends in that as well. The 5 degrees is before 10 degrees, which means you fall in the first decan of Aquarius. And that is ruled by Aquarius and the planet Uranus. So you have Uranus on top of your sun, which really even increases more your humanitarian side, your scientific side, thinking outside the box, that type of thing. It certainly is, you are a person who has many unique ideas, that's for sure, no question of it. And you may even be a genius, you know, you might be that scientific expert that comes up with a solution with your Mars there too, right? But it does also suggest that you have a very active mind. And especially with Mars on top of that, I would just say, you know, take breaks. You know, this is like the scientist who can work through, you know, it's like they've got a computer brain or 2 computer brains. Make sure you do take time to rest your brain and your thinking. That's what I would say with this, but you have a brilliant mind. There's no question of that. You probably have some very unique friendships, both from a scientific standpoint, humanitarian standpoint. Friends are important to you, for sure. Freedom is your call, where you don't like being pinned down. That Mars on top of your sun, both in Aquarius, say you seek freedom. And in particular, freedom in friendships, but not in a bad way. It likes you want to be untethered. You don't want to be tethered to a certain group of friends. You want everyone to be unique. So yeah, the other thing, because you've got the Uranus stamp on top of this, Christina, is you could be an astrologer too, right? That influence of the Uranus in the first decan on top of your sun suggests that you could certainly be an astrologer here. Maybe you even work in a group, an astrology group, maybe headed up in some way, or a big influence in that group as well. But it can also speak to you being a scientist, as well as someone who is a true leader in humanitarian causes. Yeah, that's pretty strong in your chart, my dear. Now, the 11th house also represents your hopes, dreams, and wishes. And so when you have these activated, which you will pretty soon, by the way, your sun will be activated by Pluto. You may manifest or have a hope, dream, or wish come true. Let me just look up in my ephemeris. When Pluto in the universe gets to 5 degrees or so, 5-6 degrees of Aquarius, and conjuncts your sun, this will be an important transformational moment or moments for you. So I think that might be as early as next year. Let me just double check here. Yeah. So it starts in April 2026. This once in a lifetime super transformational energy of transiting Pluto on top of your sun. It will go on to conjunct your Mars, but not right away. So this is going to be coming up pretty soon. I say the effect of this starting in April 2026 will be for approximately a year, because all those outer planets go retrograde every year too, right? And then come back over it again. So starting in April 2026 for about a year, you've got this once in a lifetime huge transformational energy of yourself. And like I said, this may have something to do with some big initiative regarding a humanitarian cause. If you're involved in scientific endeavors, huge for that. And maybe also working with your friends, your intellectual, scientific friends, humanitarian friends in some big initiative too. But this may also represent a hope, dream, or wish that you've had, and it starts to seem to come true next year. Take care, Christina. Hello, Darren D, up there in the UK. I'm not sure if you're still living in Liverpool, but probably still in the UK. So here's an example of a sun at 20 degrees and 24 minutes of Libra. Darren, we're looking at around the 11 o'clock position in your chart in front of you. It is widely conjunct your south nodes as well in the 11th house. We know it's in the third decan because it's just barely past that 20 degrees, which marks the third decan of Libra. That is ruled by Gemini and the planet Mercury. So Mercury infuses a lot of communication here, a lot of friends, and it's in the house of friends. So you've got a lot of friends in your life, Darren, for sure. You like to socialize. That's the other thing is with Gemini. You probably do a lot of traveling around in your city and or county. You may also have, lots of interactions with your neighbors and your siblings if you've got siblings. Now, with the sun in Libra, this is a person who likes to have harmony in their life, likes to keep things balanced, seeks out the fair ways of doing things. But when you've got that conjunct the south nodes, it really speaks to, Darren, maybe letting go some of that stuff. And instead of doing the right thing as society or other people want you to do, you go after what you want. Now, I know we're talking here about decans, but I just wanted to mention that with that conjunction with the south nodes. So what else can this bring in? This can bring in a person who speaks about the laws, who maybe helps out people through the groups they belong to with the law. You may, for whatever reason, have to communicate about laws. Gemini also is involved in sales and commerce. So this could also have you being that great salesperson that, presents both sides of, say, a product. It's good for this and it's good for that. And people trust you in that, right? Where they know that you're going to give a balanced view. The other thing, too, is that you could literally be working with friends, right? That you all work together. And this working together may have something to do with the law, socializing. I mean, I'm thinking I could generalize this even to someone who plans parties for people. That's what I'm thinking here, too. But that's part of the commercial sales area that you work in, is to provide a balanced, well-done situation for people who like to hold parties, or even corporate groups that want to have somebody come in and organize an event for them, right? Whatever that event is. The other thing is with the Mercury on top of it, you could provide balanced information for whatever reason. Maybe you have to look at a whole bunch of information and pick out a balanced view on a certain subject. That could also be something that you want to do. Now, we talked about that south node, letting go of that. Let's take a look down here at your north nodes at approximately the 4 o'clock position. Your north nodes are in Aries, and you've got your part of fortune not too far off it. So this, to me, emphasizes in this lifetime, you are supposed to be a leader. You should be taking initiative for what you want to do, and kind of not being afraid of doing something you want to do as part of your destiny path, because that could bring you luck. As you reach for what you want to do, that could bring luck your way, especially in sort of creative projects. The 5th house is where your north nodes are. Creative projects, children are an important mix for you, and true love as well. So it almost, to me, we're doing this quickly, but if I was reading your chart fully reading your chart, I would say, you know, love can come your way when you start doing what you want to do. It's almost like, you know, when people say, well, I don't know, what should I do? I want to meet somebody. Start being who you are. Go where you want to go, and the love will follow. And I'm getting that as an intuition for you too, Darren. I don't know, maybe you're happily married, and I'm happy for you if you are. Certainly with that Libra sun, you seek harmony, and people like the fact that you like things to be fair and balanced and harmonious. I'm going to take a quick look here to see with the eclipses if there's anything that comes up for you or is coming up for you, and there is. The first eclipse in Pisces didn't really affect you. I know you've got your moon there at 6, and certainly, you know, the Pisces moon would go over your moon before becoming an eclipse, but it's a wide conjunction, I guess. But you could have had something positive end in your home or your family. Maybe wrapped up something that was important. Maybe some compassionate thing that you've been doing is now finished. Maybe you had to look after your mother or somebody in your family, and now you don't have to do that anymore. I'm just giving you an example. But let's go up to the, again, there around the 11 o'clock position here where your Uranus is and your midheaven. Your Uranus is at 26 and some degrees of Virgo, widely conjunct that upcoming new moon at 29 degrees of Virgo. And certainly your midheaven is even closer than your Uranus because it's at out of sign conjunction at 0 degrees of Libra. So I would say some new announcement is going to be made by you unexpectedly, perhaps to do with a new job that you're doing. It could also be anything that you might announce. Could you be announcing that you're getting married? Right? I mean, that sort of thing can happen too, because it's in Libra, your MC, your midheaven's in Libra. Libra rules the 7th house of marriage. But it can be anything to do with your career as well, your social standing, your reputation. Unexpectedly, you're going to be making an announcement, or unexpectedly something comes to light for you, probably important information that allows you to make some change in one or all of those areas. And that, of course, is around the 21st of September, 2025. It does, though, form a square with your ascendant. So there may be, you know, your ascendant's at 2 degrees of Sagittarius, ruled by Jupiter. I would say whatever it is, that square isn't going to be holding you up at all. It's probably going to be giving you something very positive to change in your life. Anything that you need to change around you. Just taking a final look here. Yeah, I mean, you do have your Jupiter at 29 degrees of Leo. Now, that doesn't do anything with this eclipse at 29 degrees of Virgo, but there is an eclipse coming up in August, the first week of August next year, 2026, at 20 degrees of Leo. And then there's a Mars retrograde the following year that goes direct at 20 degrees of Leo in May 2027. And so this is all really falling in your 9th house. I'm thinking, you know, if you're looking to take some travel somewhere, August next year could be really beneficial for you with that eclipse happening there. The Jupiter part of it also emphasizes teaching, and so the 9th house in the natural zodiac is ruled by Sagittarius, therefore the planet Jupiter, and you've got your Jupiter in that house, the 9th house. So I would say that next August would be a great time to travel. If you are by chance, you know, earning some kind of education to become a teacher or an advisor, August could be a pinnacle time for you. Now, Leo can also rule true love. 9th house could be a translation of you meet a true love, that's a foreigner, or you meet a true love in a foreign land. That is a foreigner. That could happen too in August next year. All right, I'm going to leave it there. Darren, take care. Margaret M, it was a delight to meet you last Friday. So here's your chart we're looking at. It's almost the 1 o'clock position if you look at your chart where your sun is. It's at 15, almost 16 degrees of Gemini. It is widely conjunct your moon but not touching it quite. Just take a quick look here. And so at 15, 16 degrees of Gemini, we know that your sun falls in the second decan with Libra ruling it and Venus being the planet associated with it. Well, this is lovely. This literally is translated as you have a lovely voice. When people hear you speaking, they like listening to your voice. Could you have been a singer? Could you have been a person who speaks about information? This could be the broadcaster, right? This could be the person who has a podcast and people say, I just like her voice so much. It just sounds so good. So that type of energy is around you with that Venus on top of your sun. But we have it in the 9th house. And the 9th house rules a lot of things. That Venus can also create a very nice soft energy, making things sweet. In particular, making you a sweet person. Words that come from you are always sweet and nice. Now, the 9th house refers to, first, travel, foreign people, foreign things. Do you speak any languages? Because this could also indicate someone who speaks English as well as many other languages very well, and you're able to communicate that. It can also be the early education teacher too. Also the person who puts, say, courses together or small certificate courses. That could be done too. But it can also indicate the 9th house is university settings too, so you could have worked in that as well, especially with your moon also in that house, emphasizing. The law is represented here in the 9th house as well as publishing. So all these areas that I've mentioned, and I know there's a lot of them, you could have done very well in, especially if you were either collecting information, broadcasting information, or moving information around somehow and bringing it to people's attention. I mean, this could literally be you publishing something. And it doesn't have to be like this big tome that you're publishing. Maybe you published a newsletter for your company every year, or every month or something like that. That could also be indicated here too. But it does give a love for travel with Venus there. And this can also bring in, just like at a kind of a superficial level, but it's something that is with you for your life. You could bring in a love that's a foreigner. A love that's a foreigner could be very good for you. But writing could be important too. You could be, and even if you don't do it as a profession, you could write beautiful poetry. Maybe you have written some things that you've not gotten published. Maybe you should think about publishing them. You've got something important to say here, to communicate with the world. The question is, what form is that in? And you could also earn money on it, right? So Venus in that 9th house on your sun could say you could earn money through all the areas that I've just talked about. At its simplest too, this could be the travel agent, or you organize tours for people. I mean, that falls into many, many categories nowadays, you can organize groups to go to different places. But the other thing is, of course, the law. So you could help and interpret for people, the law. And that could generalize into many things too. The 9th house can also be people like immigrants that come to our country, and you're involved in educating them somehow as well. This is like the TEFL teacher, right? Or TESOL. Women may be featured here as well when we talk about that influence of Venus too, right? All right, let me just take a look at your chart from the standpoint of maybe some eclipses coming up and seeing what might be up for you in addition to what I've just spoken about in your natal chart. So we had an eclipse that was at 15 degrees of Pisces. You do have Black Moon Lilith there, but there's no actual planet or angle that's at 15 degrees. And then when we look at 29 degrees of Virgo, you do have your Neptune at 22 degrees, almost 23 degrees. It's a wide conjunction, Margaret, but that eclipse, the new moon itself, will pass over your Neptune before it actually becomes that new moon eclipse. So this could introduce some kind of new thing with regards to you dealing with some compassionate activity behind the scenes. This is like a hospital setting, I think, but it could be government offices. It could be an ashram. Hey, I would say the best way to use that new moon eclipse on the 21st, conjunct your Neptune, would to be go on a spiritual retreat, and that might equate into a ashram type setting for you. That would be a brilliant way to use that eclipse, by the way. Absolutely brilliant way. All right, let me see what else you've got here. Gemini. Yeah, it's going to be a while before Uranus and Gemini comes up to conjunct, say, your Sun, quite a few years. I'm just looking at the outer planets and where they fall for you. Hey, the best thing that you've got going on right now, Margaret, is that Jupiter is in Cancer. And you have a proliferation of planets that are in Cancer. You've already had Jupiter conjunct your Mercury, your Mars, your Venus, and you've got a Mars-Venus conjunction. It's a beautiful thing to happen. Let me just see when that Jupiter is going to be conjuncting your Chiron. I can tell you that Pluto, that's about the 11 o'clock position as you're looking at your chart. That's going to be, you're going to have Jupiter in Leo around the 1st, 2nd of July next year, 2026, conjunct Pluto. Major lucky transformation of your career, your social standing, or your reputation. You may even be put front and center and have a little bit of fame around you regarding your career or what you're doing day to day, right? So let me just take a look here at where Jupiter is in Cancer and where it is right now, right? That's what I'm going to look at here. See where it's coming up to. So Jupiter right now is, 20-ish. We're looking at 20 and all the way through 23, 24 in October. But it does go retrograde. And let me just see where Jupiter goes retrograde back to. That's what I would like to see right now. Yeah, Jupiter goes retrograde January, February to 15. I don't think it goes back as far as 13. No, Jupiter goes direct at 15 degrees in March 2026. But it does hit your Chiron. Let me just get the dates. So we're looking at 18 degrees. The 18 degree mark is in January. Third week of January, you're going to have Jupiter will be conjunct your Chiron. And so this says there may be some really beneficial healing energy that happens for you. Now, the other thing, I didn't ask you what you were doing, what you do day to day, if you work or if you volunteer or anything like that. But this could also have you becoming a teacher or an advisor regarding some kind of nurturing project, something to do with healing through compassion and nurturing is at play here for you. All right. Take care, Margaret. So Amanda Q. Amanda, I'm going to orient you to your chart that you have in front of you. So if you look at around almost the 8 o'clock, between 7 and 8 o'clock position on the chart in front of you, which is your natal chart, you can see your sun is at 12 degrees of Sagittarius. But you also have your part of fortune pretty close by at 14 degrees of Sagittarius. This gives you an extra boost of good fortune in your life, especially as it relates to the income that you earn, your value, maybe even possessions that you acquire provide some good luck for you, or you just run into some good luck with regards to getting possessions. But it does increase your value overall being in that second house, and certainly suggests that you could have good luck, say, getting jobs, right, to earn money. So when we look at your sun being at 12 of Sagittarius 30 minutes, we know that the first decan ends at 10 degrees, right? And so we know that with you being at 12 degrees, that it's now into the second decan. And the second decan of Sagittarius is ruled by Aries and by the planet Mars. So having Mars here on top of your sun really suggests that you're a go-getter when it comes to earning money. You're not afraid to work hard. You are are also not afraid to say, look, I want more money. In other words, asking for an increase in your salary. You're not shy about doing that at all. But generally speaking, and plus you are a Sagittarian, which is ruled by Jupiter, the planet of luck. I think you have probably a lot of luck with regards to earning money here. Now, the earning money in the second house also applies to, like I said, values and also possessions. So all these may have been maybe positively featured for you through your lifetime. Now, Sagittarius can rule a few things. I always think of Sagittarius, especially for people in their younger years, that you were very athletic, that you were involved in a lot of sports, and especially with Mars on top of that. It says you were actively and competitively, maybe even in sports too. And in fact, with that part of fortune close by, you may have won some trophies, some badges, maybe even some money. In fact, maybe competing was a way of making money for you too. That's very much in the mix here for you potentially. The military can also be aspected here because we've got the Mars right in Aries, which is very military-like, together with Sagittarius, can indicate something to do with the military. You may still be in the military actively, and that's how you earn your money. That would be a direct translation of this, by the way. But foreign people and foreign places may also feature for you in some way. And certainly if you are in the military, the chances of you going overseas somewhere is going to be pretty strong. So that's really featured very much here with this combination of the second decan and Aries ruling it and Mars on top. The only thing I would say caution you against is that Mars influencing a Sagittarian sun could have you taking risks. Now, sometimes risks are worth taking, right? Especially, say, in the military, where maybe you've got to lead a group and you have to take a risk. It would be an important thing to do. But that's the only thing I would say negative here is that, you may sometimes just instantly want to take a risk with regards to your money. That can translate into a day-to-day thing where you like to spend your money, right? So having a good budget would be a good idea for you. But look, you got all that good luck hanging around with your sun in Sag, and then that part of fortune. You can't really go wrong, right? So I've said here, you can see on the right-hand side, I've kind of analyzed it a bit and put some text in here for you. You could even be a travel agent. That could also be in the mix here too. Or you could be one of those people who heads up, say it's a school team of some sort to do with sports, like the girls' basketball team or the girls' baseball team, volleyball team. That could be where you also earn your money as well. But it's a very positive, with all this Sagittarius stuff, it's very positive for you, right? I always view Sagittarians as having little angels on their shoulders, and certainly here, when it comes to your money, you will always be kind of protected in some way. Now, Sagittarius can also suggest that you may be a teacher, right? Because Jupiter rules Sagittarius, Jupiter does represent advisors and teachers as well. So that may also be figuring into your life or figure into your life in the future as well. I'm just going to take a quick look to see what else you've got here, especially related to maybe some eclipses, and see if they are affecting you and your chart. So we've had a Pisces eclipse on the 7th. I don't see any Pisces here that's being activated. And then the next one we have, of course, is on the 21st of September, 2025. And that is at 29 degrees of Virgo. Yeah, and so you don't have anything at that degree either. But you do have your Mercury, which is in Scorpio. And your Mercury in Scorpio is exactly at 28 degrees of Scorpio in your first house. So that new moon eclipse at 29 degrees of Virgo will sextile your Mercury in your first house. This says to me that, you might have some important information. That's the Virgo part. And also coupled with your Mercury, your natal Mercury being activated, given to you. And your Mercury is in Scorpio, so this could be something that was maybe hidden from you before. new information comes out that's important for you with regards to some new start. It provides you an opportunity or a platform for a new start. Now that Virgo eclipse will be falling in exactly in your 11th house. And so this could be friends come to you with some information that up till now you didn't know about. Groups that you belong to provide information, important information for you that help you maybe make some new start. Now, your Mercury is in your first house. The first house I always look at, it's all about you, inside you, outside you, that sort of thing. Now, it does conjunct your Uranus. This is your natal Mercury. So I'm looking at about the 8 o'clock position here in your chart. And so it might be surprising news that comes in for you. And just because it's surprising doesn't mean it's bad news, right? This is a sextile. So whatever comes up around this eclipse on the 21st of September, it's going to give an unexpected opportunity to you, perhaps to speak about something. It aspects your Mercury, so it could be speaking about something. It could be giving you a new opportunity to speak about something that maybe you held back from because it's in Scorpio. It could be to do with money. I mean, both Scorpio and Taurus are sort of money signs. So this could be some information, important information comes to you and gives you the opportunity to maybe have something to do with money. More than likely, this money is going to be other people's money. And maybe you're going to take some action as a result of it, in the sense that you're going to be able to verbally say something about it or speak to it. This may make more sense at the time, whatever it is that happens, but friends could bring this information to you, groups you belong to. And the other thing is that the 11th house is your hopes, dreams, and wishes. So there could be an unexpected opportunity here for you to make some of your hopes, dreams, and wishes come true, especially as it relates to, say, money, right? Other people's money in particular, that's Scorpio. Scorpio rules the 8th house of other people's money, investments. And I mean, it could translate into that you find out about an investment that is worth a lot more money than you realized. Okay, one last look here. All right, Amanda, take care of yourself. All right, so let's do Faith P. So Faith, you have your sun, as you probably know, in Scorpio at 28 degrees, Scorpio, 25 minutes. It is conjunct Uranus, and it is in the 8th house. When we look at the Decan, 28 degrees, after looking at all those charts, we should all know that that's going to be the third Decan of Scorpio. And so the third Decan of Scorpio is ruled by Cancer. And what rules Cancer? It is the luminary, the moon. So we know that the moon adds an emotional, compassionate, nurturing type energy on top of your sun, but also your Uranus. And, I think that in the 8th house, typically we speak to energies like, or things like other people's money, investments, credit cards, mortgages, taxes, pensions, money we may pay other people. Inheritances falls in this too. But it's also the psychological self. And in particular, when I look at Scorpio, I feel that that's the area that the sun is very involved in your chart. And so you may provide, I think with the Uranus conjunct the sun, you may provide the impetus for folks with regards to maybe unique ways of working in any of these areas that I've just mentioned. Typically, overall, we're talking other people's money. But there's also this element of you potentially having some psychological effect here as well, and an interest in it. So you may have also unique ways of dealing with people, maybe in therapy, that type of thing. And especially if we look back or look down to your 7th house, that's kind of at the, so your sun is around the 1 o'clock position, and then your 7th house is moving down now to kind of like a 3 o'clock position. You can see that you've got a lot of planets and asteroids in Libra. And especially in the 7th house, this says you have a lot to do with other people. Yeah. So there's also this element here with the 7th house pact. With all this Libra, that there could be some element of maybe you're a diplomat, laws or being a lawyer may be important here, advising people of their rights. That could also fall in here too. Interesting chart you have, Faith, for sure. I'm just wondering if maybe what you could be is a mediator. When I combine the 8th house with that 7th house, you could be a mediator and help people resolve their issues. But let's go back to that whole 3rd decan, and this whole idea of an emotional type, nurturing, compassionate energy is really awesome to have on top of the sun. Now, Uranus itself that conjuncts the sun also kind of is an unstable element in some ways, and also is the moon. And the moon, why is that? Well, the moon, moves so quickly, right? It changes signs every month, or it goes through signs every month, the signs every month. And so it's talking about fluctuating energy as well. And combined with Uranus, this could make you a little bit fluctuating yourself in terms of what you think about things, how you think psychologically. And you may change your mind, for instance, about things as you discover things. Maybe even through, at the highest sense, Uranus brings enlightenment. And again, I go back to that thing of maybe psychological therapy, that you're able to bring some enlightenment to folks through your insights. All right, I hope that helps you. Bye for now, Faith.